Okay, are we all ready to start, please? Nod from Democratic Services and a thumbs up. Thank you, colleagues, and welcome to our March meeting of the Executive. We're in the lateral room at County Hall. A special welcome to our colleagues from Unison who have joined us today and are particularly interested in one of our agenda items as well. Just to inform you, that will be taken after lunch. So thank you very much for coming and sharing your concerns. There is a question and a response this morning, but the agenda item is later on. We've got a fairly packed agenda and not been able to rejig that. So it will be taken at that point. If you are able to return or watch online, you're of course, very welcome to listen to it. And you can catch up on YouTube. I think we publish our meetings on as well. So that all is accessible. Okay, so just run through our usual preamble for executive meetings. It's only the lead members present in the room that are taking the decisions at this meeting. Others are in attendance to provide advice. There are no planned fire drills today. And in the event of a fire alarm, please follow the fire exit signs, congregate in the car park. If anybody present needs assistance in exiting the building, let one of the Democratic Services team know. Agenda and papers have been published on the Council's website in advance of the meeting, and the Council recognises the importance of striking a balance between the lawful expression of views, but however, any unacceptable behaviours or actions that cause disruption can lead to meetings being adjourned. The Council will be making a recording of the meeting. This will be published in due course. The meeting will be using a hybrid format, so executive lead members, key officers are physically present here in the lateral room at County Hall in Taunton. Other elected members and officers may physically or remotely join the meeting to speak on specific agenda items or to observe. The meeting is being broadcast and therefore other members of the public and partners can observe the meeting remotely. If you are attending through hybrid, please only use the meeting chat function for the purposes of the meeting. If you wish to speak, please use the hands up function if you are able. Only speak at my invitation, say your name before speaking, and turn your microphones and cameras off otherwise. And I'm to highlight that item 14 has been withdrawn from the agenda, so we will be finished slightly earlier. We have apologies for absence from lead member Councillor Sarah Wakefield, who's on annual leave, and Councillor Theo Butt-Philip has sent a message to say he is on the way, but slightly delayed. We have apologies from Joe Randall Green. Any other apologies, please? Not seeing any. And any declarations of interest? And just to add to the excitement, Councillor Theo Butt-Philip is already here, so thank you for your advance apologies for lateness. Any declarations of interest? Not seeing any, so we move on to public question time. And we've got David Redwell first. David, I'm not seeing you in the room. Are you online?
Yes, I'm online, Bill. Thank you very much.
Hello, so David. How are you doing? I saw you weren't well.
So, no, I'm not that great, but I'm joining the meeting, still having hospital treatment.
Okay, you take care.
Thank you. So the question I really want to ask is, first, I'm very happy with the bus service improvement plan and the BSIP proposals, but the one thing that worries me, Bill, and my colleagues are really is the discussions to the north. In 1974, Somerset, not my idea, was broken in half, and we ended up with North Somerset and Baines, but our bus network remains the same. So there are proposals, some of which we've managed to delay but not stop completely, to remove and reduce the bus service between Bath and Wells, or Wells and Bath via Chilcompton and via particularly Shepton Mallet. And there's also proposals to reduce services on the corridor that runs from Taunton through Wells and Glastonbury and Street into Bristol. And that service also goes to Bridgewater and Yeovil. I wonder if we could organise a meeting between Mike Rigby and Richard Wilkins and yourself and Mayor Helen Goodwin and North Somerset Council to maintain and make sure this network is understood by First Group and the importance of it, so people can get to school, to hospitals, to work, and colleges, and use the facilities in Bristol and Bath, where Mendip residents go for a lot of their local facilities. So that's the first real important question. We've managed to get a reprieve on some of this until 31st of July, some of it until September, but First is still adamant about trying to reduce services. We have lost any link between Wales and Shepton Mallet and the RUH hospital at the Sudis Hospital out at Peasdown St John. That service has been withdrawn. And then the other point I want to raise is we still need to consider talking with the West Somerset Railway and Somerset Council and First Group, both the bus and rail divisions, as long as First we run Great Western to the end of the year, just to make sure we get a proper connectivity again this summer at Bishop's Lydeard. It's too far for me in my wheelchair to go between Lethbridge Arms and the actual station, but let alone me, it's quite a long way for anybody who's able-bodied. So I'd ask that issue is picked up on, and I welcome the proposals for improving the buses in the Yeovil area and the links to Yeovil station and the work, particularly the work's about to start on Taunton bus station. Long time coming, but we are very pleased to see that going ahead. So hopefully in March, the bulldozers will be there and we'll have a new bus station sometime in the middle of the year in Taunton, and hope that we'll also be to add some refreshments and other facilities as we go along. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have to call it a bus hub rather than a bus station, but we all know what you mean. And I believe Councillor Wilkins, good morning, Richard, is responding.
Thank you, Chair, and good to hear from you, David. You sound in very fine fettle. I really appreciate your sort of seal of approval on the work that we've done on the bus service funding allocation. What I'll do is I'll respond to your questions, which were quite a few in writing, but I'll just answer the first two. But needless to say that we work very hard on every aspect of this. So once WECA, West of England Combined Authority, have identified the implications of their bus service funding allocation, we would expect them to advise us, at which point we would be happy to engage in a meeting with them. For point B, the journeys that serve West Somerset Railway are operated commercially by First South West, and it's for the bus operator to determine stops they serve along the route. But as you know, we're always happy to have conversations with everybody concerned. So thank you, David.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, David, for your questions. The answers to the questions 1C, 1D, 1E, 1F, 1G will come later. I'm meeting with Helen Godwin, the WECA man, in a week's time, and I will just see whether we've got any timescales on that outcome, because once we got that outcome, I think we can have a productive conversation. The second question this morning is Rosa Kell. It's Rosa. Oh, there you are, Rosa. Thought I'd seen you. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to speak twice today, once as myself, Rosa Kell, Wales Bus User Group, and the second time as Somerset Bus Partnership. As myself, Rosa Kell, Wales Bus Users, I'd like to ask your support, please, for the 174 bus. You have come to our help. Thank you very much about evening services, and we appreciate that very much. However, there are over 30 children who go to Wells Blue School who come from Stratford, Northos, and the villages, Shepton, Mallet, Croscombe into Wells Blue School, and the current timetable that First Bus have published and have announced arrives 3/4 of an hour before school gates open, or 3 minutes after school gates have opened, that school has started. Obviously, it's inadequate for the children who go to those schools. I know that there is a choice for those parents. They could have chosen another school, but obviously they haven't. Wells is their preferred option, and we'd like your support to make sure that that bus arrives in a convenient time for them. Thank you very much. Now I ask the question that I actually put in. Can the council please explain what measures it's put in place as part of its budget setting process to reverse the ongoing managed decline of the Somerset bus network? Obviously, I've just spoken about the 174, so I'll leave that apart. However, the ethos among bus operators doesn't seem to be in support of passengers and passenger needs, and this council should be enhancing the network and benefit for the residents, access to hospitals, obviously railway stations, education establishments, as I've just spoken about, basic shoppings, generally make sure that the economy and tourism and the general environment access is available. And thank you very much. Please support our bus services.
Thank you, Rosa, and thank you for coming to ask us those questions and for all your work you do with the bus service users group in Wells and across Somerset. Councillor Wilkins to respond, please.
Thank you, Chair. You kind of took the words out of my mouth. We really appreciate the support, Rosa, that you give to actually the whole of Somerset, not just Wells. And I've seen you at events across the county, along with David and many others from the Somerset Bus Partnership. So we really appreciate the work that you put in. I will say that the council has committed to maintaining the base budget for supported bus services for 26-27, and will continue to support those services already receiving subsidy. Those services previously receiving BSIP funding will continue to receive support through the bus service fund. And in relation to the 174, again, it is a commercial route, and ultimately the decisions on timetables are made by the operator based on usage. But as you know, we work very strongly alongside yourself in the Somerset Bus Partnership to get the best result for all the passengers, and will continue to support you.
Thank you. And we now move on to Roberta Wakefield from Unison. Good morning, Roberta.
Good morning.
You have 3 minutes. I normally say to our regular questioners now, we call it country 3 minutes. We're not going to gavel you out. But just if we can keep to that timing, it really helps.
Yep, no worries. I don't intend to be that long. So I'm Roberta Wakefield. I am representing our Unison members of the Somerset Local Government and Community Branch. I don't know if you have noticed them, but there's quite a few of them here. I work at Somerset Council, and I have done for the best part of 10 years. I know a lot of faces around this room. That also means that I've had my fair share of transformations, and I've seen what they do to our services. To put it frankly, I'm tired of it and would quite like to stop. Transformations across Taunton Deane, Somerset West, Somerset Council have left our services in quite dire straits, I think it's fair to say. But even in the face of that, our tradespeople and our housing staff work tirelessly for our communities and our tenants. They work in the face of genuine great challenge, and I hope that by seeing them, you can see how committed they are to what I've asked in advance. We have very serious concerns about the potential move to MD Group for our trades team. It means moving our in-house repairs and maintenance service to an outside company. And whilst I've seen the reports that Savile have done, I really feel like we will be losing a huge advantage that this council has. The people behind me and the people that couldn't be here today genuinely care about our tenants and the services that they provide. I think we are lucky and we are in a position that many other places don't have, that our staff genuinely care. They really, really do. And I'm really pleased that lots of you spent your time speaking to them this morning, so thank you. So the question I want to ask is that can the council provide evidence of how the decision to transfer staff to MD Group will positively impact staff wellbeing, tenant satisfaction, and meet the council's best value requirements? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts. Thank you. Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts to respond.
Thank you, Roberta, for coming along today and representing Unison's views. And thank you to all of you who are standing there and some of you who I've met. I hear how passionate you are about our housing service, about the work that you do, and ultimately our tenants. So the report that we're presenting today does follow other elements of engagement and consultation activity, both with the staff, but also with our tenants. The assessments of the two models were independently made by Savills and used data from tenant satisfaction measures and customer feedback. The process follows the expectation of the regulator of social housing on meaningful engagement and meets the requirements of Section 105 of the Housing Act 1985. A combined landlord delivery model can increase performance standards and reduce costs. Both of these are to benefit of our tenants due to the HRA being a ring-fenced account. Members can be assured that we are not proposing a change to an untried or untested model. Instead, we are proposing to combine around the higher performing of the two existing models, bringing a consistently higher standard of delivery for all Somerset Council housing tenants. What I will say there personally, that isn't about the in-house service being anything less or doing anything than the Almo model. Both of them perform really, really well. However, when it comes to the tenant satisfaction measures and other measures, as the independent Savills report shows, that Almo does perform higher on both of those elements. The executive here today, as we sit here, are not being asked to outsource services. That is a decision Homes and Somerset, and it's about us going to Homes and Somerset, who's a Somerset Council-owned company. It does, however, operate differently to the in-house service. These differences have delivered higher performance and tenant satisfaction, an outcome we would all want to promote. The use of MD Group as a delivery contractor is a decision for the Homes and Somerset Board. I sit on there as a non-voting member alongside 3 other councillors who do get to vote, and it's not part of the report or recommendation today. As a separate company, they are able to make decisions that best support the delivery of their objectives. Their use of this and other contractors follow their open procurement exercise and contractor oversight. Any transfer of employees to Homes and Somerset or onward to MD Group would be performed within the Transfer of Undertakings Protection of Employment Regulations, 2P, protecting employee terms and conditions on transfer. These protections have been discussed with employees. Unions and colleagues also attended those employee briefings. It is worth noting that both of the landlord models utilise contractors in the delivery of service to tenants. The Council and Homes and Somerset's best value obligations have been met through the open procurement process conducted for the appointment of contractors, and selecting the better performing and most financially efficient model for tenants as is the recommendation of this report today, is further evidence of our commitment to delivering high quality service at best value for tenants. As you've heard Councillor Bill Revins say, because I know there's lots of you there and listening, this paper probably won't come on till about 2 o'clock today. So do come back, or you can stay and listen to our whole agenda today, or you can log on online to listen to as we discuss it. And more information will be given about the different engagement that we've done, and we've got Chris talking about that as well.
Okay, thank you for the response. We move on to question 4 from Julie Chance.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors.
Julie, I just wonder whether I could ask you just to hold on for a moment. We've got a number of members of Unison who are just leaving the building, so we'll just let them leave quietly and then we'll bring you in. Okay, Julie?
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. With the building, they've now exited, so please do start.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. In the current local plan, two key targets for Crewe Cairn were 577 new jobs between 2006 and 2028, and delivery of a new link road between the A356 Station Road and the A30 Yeovil Road to address the vehicular congestion in the town centre. To the best of my knowledge, the target for new jobs has not been met, and there are multiple empty business premises both in the town centre and on our main trading estate. And no part of the planned link road has been built, although there is a suggestion that the junction on Station Road will start late spring. The local plan was clear that this link road is critical infrastructure for the town, and without it, the Taylor Wimpey development could not go ahead. And yet they have built houses on the southern site and have commenced the housing on their northern site. It should also be noted that Crewe Cairn has already over-delivered on housing target in the local plan. The last traffic surveys were in 2004, so more than 20 years ago, and none of the main recommendations for the town have been delivered. Given the non-delivery of the link road and the lack of any meaningful improvements in the town centre, daily congestion has led motorists to increasingly use surrounding villages as their chosen route, which has created enormous problems for Misterton, North Perrott and Hazelbury. So my question is, how are large-scale developments such as the approved Tillier site for 145 houses and the proposed 325 houses off Station Road being considered by the planning department, given the critical infrastructure and the required new improvement for Crewe Cairn has not yet been delivered? Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, for your question. And I can't see who's giving the answer, but I think it's Councillor Mike Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. It is indeed. And thank you very much for your question and for setting out the concerns regarding delivery of this key development site in Crewe Cairn. Your points about the delivery of the employment land and the link road between the A356 Station Road and the A30 Yeovil Road, as well as the level of housing growth already delivered, are noted. With regard to the concerns you've raised about employment opportunities in Crewe Cairn, we'll send you a link to the Somerset Economic Prosperity Strategy that sets out the work the Council is progressing with key partners to enhance economic opportunities across Somerset. With regard to the delivery of the road between the A356 and the A30, work will commence on the southern junction in April with a view to this being completed later in the year. This will allow the southern parcel to gain access from Station Road. Whilst these works are being undertaken, the Highway Authority is working with the developer to finalise the technical approvals for the northern access and the remainder of the link road. The developer is fully aware of their obligations to deliver the link road and is working closely with the Highway Authority to agree the works and a programme of delivery, which will look to get the link road in place as soon as practically possible. Whilst further applications for residential development have come forward in the Crewe Cairn area, the Council is still required by national policy to consider new planning applications. Developers are required to submit transport assessments for each major application, and these are reviewed by the Council's Highways team to judge whether impacts can be managed or mitigated. Current national policy makes it challenging to refuse applications unless the evidence clearly demonstrates that development would create an unacceptable impact on highway safety or results in severe residual cumulative impacts. The government has increased Somerset's annual housing requirement by 41%. This increase in housing requirement has contributed to the Council's 5-year housing land supply shortfall position. Where a 5-year land supply cannot be demonstrated, there is a presumption in favour of sustainable development, This limits the council's ability to refuse schemes unless there are strong, defensible planning grounds. This means that a number of speculative planning applications across Somerset have been granted permission, many on appeal, with costs awarded against the council in some instances. We appreciate that this is frustrating for local communities, but this position is not unique to Somerset and is an issue for many parts of the country. The lack of a 5-year housing land supply is an issue facing many local planning authorities across the country. And again, I'll send you a link to a BBC article that helpfully explains that position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. And thank you for your question, Julie. And moving on to Sarah Baker. Please.
Hello?
Sarah in the room. Are you online, Sarah?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Hi, Sarah. Yeah, can hear you fine.
So the appropriate adult service is a service that exists or should exist for adults who are in police custody and are needing to be questioned for whatever reason. So my questions to you today, please, are, please can you confirm where does the council share the appropriate adult service for the under 18-year-olds? This also wasn't mentioned in the youth justice document that recently came to children's scrutiny, and I believe it did come to another executive. And then the second part of this question is, there is not an appropriate adult service for those who are 18 plus. So can the council organise for an appropriate adult service for those who are 18 plus and who have a disability? That's the idea of it, so that it supports them whilst they're being questioned. Many people with disability need to be supported during investigations for lots of reasons, not just for being, lots of innocent people, not just, if you're waiting to go through and have your case heard at courts. But this is a requirement that is frequently rejected by our local police authority, unfortunately. And understanding communication is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. We don't have Councillor Sarah Wakefield to respond. I understand Mel Locke has kindly volunteered.
No problem at all. So just in answer to that, and thank you for bringing this to our attention, the council provides appropriate adult provision for children and young people under 18, primarily through the youth justice system. When police request an appropriate adult for a child, this is normally facilitated by the youth justice team staff or trained volunteers during working hours, and by the emergency duty out of hours service after that. From an adult's perspective, there is already an appropriate adult service in place for people aged 18 plus within Somerset. The lead commissioner is the Office of the Avon and Somerset Police and Crime Commission. All 5 local authorities within Avon and Somerset PCC footprint, including Somerset Council, contribute to the service both financially and in terms of commissioning decisions and contract management. The current service commenced in 2023 on an initial 3-year contract with the option to extend for a further 2 years. The extension has been exercised to take effect as of the 1st of the 4th, 26, and the decision about the future commission of the service beyond the expiry of the existing contract will be made in due course. We will, of course, be seeking input from those that are using the service to support us in reshaping the service for the future. And we would welcome your input in that. So any new services that we developed, if you're okay with that, we will come back to you and ask you for some input into that as well. But there is a service out there for all councils at the moment.
Thank you, Mel, for reading the answer. Sarah, thank you for the question. I know this is a subject that you've been passionate about and do appreciate you asking the question. And now I'll probably have to declare an interest in the next one. Andrea Hine from Fordgate, who is speaking about a topic of which has been of particular interest to my ward.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Andrea Hine. I've lived in Fordgate on the Somerset levels for about 30 years. Mine and my neighbours' properties have never flooded before the major flood event of 2013, but have come very close on a number of occasions since, and we've nearly flooded twice this year already. It's horrible to see neighbours displaced and families affected by the emotional and physical upheaval brought on because of flooding. This year, knowing the water is rising day by day and not being able to do anything about it, even though we have time, is so stressful. It's all you can think of. But now the Somerset levels are experiencing more and more frequent flooding. The water that affects us on the levels comes over the moors from the River Tone and via Park Brook from North Petherton. The River Parrett doesn't flood us, but it's essential for Somerset drainage. It starts in Cheddington in Dorset and takes an additional water from the River Isle, which starts in Coombe St Nicholas near Chard, the River Yeo, which starts in Pollington in Dorset again. These rivers join the Parrett before Langport, and finally the River Tone starts in the Brendan Hills, passing through Clapworthy Reservoir and joins the River Parrett at Borough Bridge. The River Parrett takes all this water from Somerset, passing along Borough Bridge, Moorland and Fordgate, where Park Brook joins the Parrett, Huntworth, Bridgewater, Chiltern Trinity, Cummage, probably a few more villages I forgot to mention, and then out to sea at Burnham-on-Sea. It's a total of 87 miles of river flowing through Somerset and taking our water out to sea. Our moors flood when the River Tone overtops before it reaches an already full River Parrett. There are between 2,500 and 3,000 planned homes in the pipeline in the North Petherton area. It's not just surface water from each new home, it's used water that comes to us as well. This water travels from North Petherton via Park Brook, through Petherton Park down to Fordgate. Then it discharges into Northmoor main drain and into the River Parrett via the Northmoor pumping station. The volume of water flowing in this brook means that levels rise really quickly. As a result of this, the current route to the River Parrett, is no longer able to cope during heavy rainfall. This brook is held up by the angles it must traverse, and then this water delays the moors being emptied as it disrupts the main flow of Northmoor main drain. The newly upgraded water treatment plant at North Petherton also discharges into this brook. I'm aware that during the early months of 2025, it was 13 times per month every month, and November was 15 times a month. I'm waiting for further data for 2026. There's lots of residential and commercial developments in the pipeline in Somerset, which will further impact our future flood risk. So I'd really like to ask, please, can you put on hold or reject any major new builds, residential and commercial, Somerset-wide, and robust water infrastructure to manage the existing and future levels to our river? I also need to ask for your help to ensure that essential work to complete this work is carried out with the relevant bodies, i.e. Government, IDB, SRA, EA and Wessex Water. I think things that we need to consider are trigger points need to be changed to reflect the population and climate changes, so action is taken earlier. Permanent pumps instead of temporary ones at maybe Northmoor, Elsons Clice and Dumble. Changing a number of old and small bridges that are restricting water flows out of the levels, Vinnies and Kitch. Outlets into the River Parrett need to be regularly checked and cleared of silt and debris, i.e. Newhouse outlet blocked twice this year. The ditches and reams that feed into the Parrett need to be regularly checked and maintained. Huntworth Lane, Scribbers Way. These proposals are all essential to help us prevent flooding in the future, and I'd be really grateful for your assistance, and I thank you all for your time.
Question, Andrea, and I will be listening to the answer very, very carefully, which is coming from Mike Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. To answer the first part of your question, the Council is working with all partners to address immediate measures to support the communities affected by the local flooding recently. In respect of new development, national policy directs development away from areas at risk of flooding, and all local plans are prepared and informed by strategic flood risk assessments. In Somerset, the current adopted development plans were all informed by strategic flood risk assessments, and these can be accessed via a link that we'll send to you in due course. All development plans are expected to apply a sequential, risk-based approach to the location of development, taking into account all sources of flood risk and the current and future impacts of climate change. All relevant applications are subject to detailed consideration during the determination process in terms of ensuring appropriate drainage for future uses. Both the Environment Agency and the local lead flood authority, which is us, are statutory consultees and consulted where necessary. Information requirements in respect of flood risk resilience are regularly updated, and applications are determined in accordance with the appropriate evidence and statutory consultee advice at the point of determination. Local planning authorities must decide planning applications within set timescales. For applications for major developments, this is 13 weeks. Where a planning application takes longer than the statutory period and an extension has not been agreed with the applicant, the local planning authority should determine the application within 26 weeks. Otherwise, they risk having to return the planning fee to the applicant under the government's planning guarantee requirements. Furthermore, applicants have the right to appeal to the planning inspectorate if a local planning authority refuses a planning application or fails to decide an application within the statutory timeframe. The second part of your question, Somerset Council, alongside other risk management authorities, are investigating the recent impacts following the major incident called by Somerset Council on the 27th of January this year. This investigation will document what happened during this event, link with wider Section 19 flood investigations, and provide recommendations to support future prevention and resilience measures across the county. This investigation will no doubt provide a focus and identify some of the recommendations and areas that need to be reviewed in your statement attached. Somerset Council is conducting a study looking at the combined impacts of new housing developments on the levels and moors to identify key impacts of surface water drainage and any further mitigation work that may be needed. This work will be funded and shared with the Somerset Rivers Authority. Somerset Council continues to progress new and updated Somerset flood risk strategies and improve its flood and coastal assets register and strategy to ensure that they are more in line with recent climate events, in line with risk management assessments, modern strategies to tackle and address flood mitigation, and scanning the horizon for opportunities and risks into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would highlight there's almost a juxtaposition between the two answers of the timelines on the speculative planning applications we've seen in the area, and also the need to get that piece of work undertaken to analyse this recent flooding event. And I hope that we have all due pace in making sure that we have got that flooding assessment in time to be able to inform the planning committee and the planning officers about those planning applications. I'm very aware of the cumulative impact of several large applications in one area, and the sequential test applies to each individual one. And we need to make sure we've got a holistic response where we can with our partners in the Environment Agency, Lead Flood Authority, and of course the Somerset Rivers Authority, which we're about to move on to. I've just used my position as chair to add to the comments. Thank you very much. And we move on to Nick Hall. Oh, hello, Nick.
Good morning. My name is Nick Hall, and I'm asking this question as a trustee of Glastonbury Trainlink. Glastonbury Trainlink Trust has been set up to promote a direct and frequent bus service between Glastonbury and Castle Carey train station via Pilton. The Trust has proposed a pilot scheme and has gained the support of communities along its route. It is also supported by Somerset Bus Partnership, councillors and MPs. Agenda item 9 today for you talks about the local transport delivery plan and tables a proposed budget for buses. Appendix A refers under service enhancements to the introduction of a new service on a trial basis. Is the executive in a position to confirm that this trial bus service is the Glastonbury Trainlink? Thank you for allowing me to speak, Chair.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you for being so brief. And Councillor Richard Wilkins to respond.
Thank you, Nick, for bringing the question. I'll be completely blunt. The trial does refer to the Castle Carey station. You'll be glad to hear, but we are currently reviewing the possible options in which to introduce this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for an even briefer answer. I'll look forward to us. Do we have a timescale as to which we will see these options yet? I wonder whether we could in the response we could perhaps be able to get some sight on that, please. David Northey, please. Good morning, David.
My name is Barry Childs. Good morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. David Northey, my Somerset Bus Partnership colleague, can't be present, so I'm reading the questions on his behalf.
Good morning and welcome. My apologies.
So these questions relate to Somerset's local transport delivery plan for the 4-year period 2026 to 2030 and relate to agenda item 9. David has two questions. Is it okay to take them both together? Okay. The first of the two questions, I'll just read a short extract from the delivery plan. Component enhancement, accessibility and integration, including secure cycle parking and wayfinding at railway stations. The outcome to be improved accessibility and interchange opportunities between several modes of transport. This programme will continue from 2026 through to 2030 with delivery throughout that time. Enhancements to bus services at rail stations are picked up through the revenue, bus service support and enhancements lines. So the question relating to that extract, the plan claims bus rail integration improvements will be delivered through existing revenue support, yet no specific funding or schemes are identified. Given that bus rail interchange at Bridgewater remains unresolved after 6 years, buses at Yeovil Pen Mill still fail to connect with trains, and the Minehead service is not even promoted as a rail link route in Somerset timetables. What concrete funding actions will the council take between 26 and 2030 to actually deliver the integration promised in this plan? Second question, I'll read the relevant extract from the delivery plan again. Review of existing mover signals for bus priority upgrades where operational pinch points are identified. Consider in conjunction with the rollout of the bus shelter improvement programme. Outcome providing priority measures at locations identified as pinch points, leading to improved operational performance of the bus network. This programme will continue through 26 to 2030 with delivery from 2027 onwards. The question relating to that extract, the draft plan commits to reviewing mover signals and introducing bus priority at operational pinch points from 2027, yet it identifies no specific junctions, no funding allocation, and no engagement with stakeholders such as ourselves, the Somerset Bus Partnership. Given that well-known congestion corridors already exist on routes used by high-frequency buses, such as Taunton's Wellington Road, Easterreach, Priorswood Road, and key junctions around Taunton Town Centre, can the council state which locations have actually been identified for bus priority upgrades, what funding has been committed to deliver them, and why these measures have not been implemented sooner if improving bus reliability is a genuine priority? Thank you.
Thank you, Barry, and please pass on our thanks to David for his questions. And Richard to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. For your first question, the enhancement to the bus service referred to in the revenue line relates to the later journeys on the Service 68 in Yeovil, linking Yeovil Junction and the possible options we are considering for links to Castle Carey Station. The 126 bus service will be extended to Weston-super-Mare Station from April, and work is in progress to provide access for buses to Bridgewater Rail Station. Wayfinding works are also underway at Highbridge and Burnham Station. And to answer your second question, we're currently analysing data from operators with a view to testing the bus priority measures on Green Waves East imminently, the outcome of which will then inform the development of further bus priority schemes. So to be clear, once we've got the data and analysed it, we can then move forward. And we're always keen to hear the bus partnership's views on all of this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard, and thank you for those questions. I believe there's a question 8C as well, which we'll respond to in writing. Yeah. And we move on to Nigel. Yeah, hello, Nigel. It's good to see you on our on our large screen in front of us. I hope you're well.
Oh, right. Well, I haven't prepared in that sense then.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks for that. I'm referring to basically the problem of the Almo. Well, I'm calling it a problem. I'm not going to repeat everything that's before you in the question, but I did listen to the response earlier to Roberta, and it did indicate that it gets more complicated to basically create something that's got layers of management, finance, and legal angles all the way down, whether it's to do with TUPE or whether it's to do with creating this Homes in Somerset Limited. And one of the issues is why was the name change from Homes in Somerset Limited from Homes in Sedgemoor Limited last year by Companies House, for instance? But back to the issue about the questions before you, it will create additional costs and new layers of management when the council's in trouble. I don't understand that, but I won't go on anymore about that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Nigel, for your questions and for your commentary there. Frederica Smith-Roberts to respond.
Apologies, I'm just scanning down a second. Apologies. Almost there, sorry. Apologies. Thank you very much for your question. I believe that the report published does set out significant justification for a single landlord model. The performance of the Almo is higher and at lower costs than the in-house service. The client controls in place and to be expanded under these proposals would be the means to identify concerns that might lead to a failure. Should a situation develop, the council would work with the Almo board. As I mentioned earlier, I sit on there as a non-voting member and 3 councillors also sit on there to ensure compliance. There are a number of reasons for Almos around the country returning to an in-house service, but with the strength of the service provided by Homes in Somerset, there is no reason to consider they face any greater level of challenge than the in-house service model would. Arguably, their performance shows that they have been better able to navigate the challenging environments within the housing sector. In terms of governance and accountability, the Homes in Somerset board has the 4 Somerset Council representatives, and their performance reports are provided to council through scrutiny, executive and to full council. The proposals utilise our own company, Homes in Somerset, to deliver services on our behalf. There is no suggestion of privatisation at all. I believe our current and future tenants are best served by an expanded council housing stock rather than stock transfer into the private sector. In answer to question 9B, the decision has not been taken as is demonstrated by the recommendations presented in the report. It is appropriate for the recommendations to be considered and they can be supported pending the completion of the 2 identified consultation activities. Legal opinion has been sought on this matter and engagement with the regulator of social housing has been ongoing throughout. Whilst there is no requirement for a tenant ballot, we have ensured tenants are thoroughly engaged with the process. There have been a different variety of opportunities that have ran in different places so that they can become and be engaged with.
Okay, thank you for the question and thank you for the answer. I believe that's all our public questions for today. Is that correct? Yep, I haven't missed anyone out. Good. And so we move on to member questions and we have Councillor Diogo Rodriguez to read his question.
Thank you, Chairman. 6 months ago, at the September full council meeting, you informed members that this council's spending on agency staff and consultants had reached £33 million, 12.5 million in 23-24, 14.2 million in 24-25, and up until that September full council meeting, 6.8 million. So my 2 questions is, can you update us on the total spend on agency staff and consultants for 25-26 as of today? And can you outline any specific measures that have been put in place to reduce the council's reliance on agency staff, and whether further, more robust measures are being considered. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Theobald Philip to respond.
Thank you very much. We employ agency staff because sometimes we're unable to recruit the necessary permanent staff to deliver those services which we are required to, and those which the people and communities of Somerset deserve to have delivered. Somerset Council employs approximately 4,700 members of staff, and a quick look at last year's audited and approved accounts show an expenditure of over £330 million on staffing. It's a very large element of our expenditure. Last year, of course, compared to that, we spent 14.2 million via Matrix on agency staff. As of February, agency spend via Matrix stands at 14 million and £421 in 2025-6. That's the year to date. We will have the final figures after year end. Now, I recognise that the Leader of the Opposition wants us to prioritise reducing agency staffing at the expense of service delivery. That is a political judgment he is free to make, but not one with which I agree. This administration is committed to stabilising the council's finances, transforming Somerset Council and delivering the best services we can for the people and communities of Somerset. Wherever possible, we are moving agency staff onto permanent contracts. Notably, our interim HR director became a permanent member of staff in June last year, and we have recently been able to make our first permanent appointment to the role of Chief Finance Officer, confirmed at full council last week. We use agency staff for crucial roles. For example, planning and enforcement. We are currently recruiting to a large range of roles in planning and enforcement teams, and we have made changes to increase the likelihood of recruiting permanent staff, including a service-wide recruitment and retention allowance scheme. However, whilst the recruitment is ongoing and we are making progress on that, as of February, we had 8 members of the planning team and 4 members of the enforcement team employed through agencies. Taking a more robust approach, as the Leader of the Opposition advocates, would mean losing a large proportion of our planning and enforcement teams, and that is not something I am prepared to support. We apply recruitment and retention allowances to a range of posts across the council, supported by market evidence. When we know that the out-of-date pay and grading framework we inherited means that staff would otherwise not be being paid the market rate, and this would have a material impact on our ability to recruit. We have commenced work on the council's pay and reward programme to address the underlying issues associated post-LGR and to improve our pay and grading framework and our employer value proposition. Returning to other staff we employ on an agency basis, we currently employ educational psychologists, lawyers, social workers on an agency basis. Whilst we are working to fill as many of these vacancies with permanent staff as we can, we are not prepared to leave these positions vacant at the expense of service delivery. Target recruitment activity is in place in these services with the aim of securing permanent appointments and reducing our reliance on locum arrangements. However, we continue to experience significant and sustained recruitment challenges within frontline children's and adults' social care roles. These remain highly competitive nationally, and despite ongoing efforts both within the UK and internationally, are expected to remain difficult to recruit too. Strategic HR business partners are supporting directorates to develop workforce plans that focus on grow our own and early careers as a means of helping to tackle the skills shortage in these areas. As part of our establishment control principles, agency spend to cover establishment posts must be funded from the service salary budget. This means services do not hold separate agency budgets and may hold posts vacant to fund any additional cost of agency spend. Spending on agency staff to fill these posts does not increase the overall cost of staffing to the council.
Okay, and that concludes our questions. So we move on to agenda item 5, which is our executive forward plan. Has anybody got any comments or questions on the forward plan from executive lead members or associate lead members? Not seeing anything from any other members. Again, not seeing anything, so that's for noting. And we move on to our reports for decision. So we have agenda item 6, where we are looking at the Somerset Council's role as the host authority and accountable body to the Somerset Rivers Authority Partnership, which is pages 11 to 90 on our agenda. And Councillor Oakes to introduce the paper and then hand over to David Mitchell and Mike Stanton, who are finally sitting in front of us. Councillor Oakes, you.
Having what I would describe as a Federica moment.
Except
she's more able than me on this.
I wouldn't possibly comment. Graham, are you there?
No, so I will speak freely. Be worried. Basically, we're being asked this morning to bring in line the situation that Somerset Council continues to act as host authority. Look at that. This is what I was going to say, which is far better. The decision is to approve that Somerset Council continue to act as host authority and accountable body for the Somerset River Authority, which we call the SRA. The decision also approves the passing on of funds raised through council tax for the purposes of the SRA. Somerset Council is an essential part of the SRA partnership. The flooding of January 2026 reminds us of the challenges of tackling flooding in Somerset. Properties were again flooded across the county. The experience of the levels in the moors is similar to that of 2014, the event that led to the creation of the Somerset Rivers Authority. The SRA's purpose is to reduce the risks and impacts of flooding across Somerset by enabling its partner organisations to do extra work based on local priorities using locally raised funds. On the 4th of March, full council approved the raising of approximately 3.2 million of funds for the Somerset Rivers Authority as part of the council tax setting project. The amount charged per household per year for the SRA is £14.65. That's remained at the same level since 2016. Worth thinking about that. An insane element of a way to fund an organisation. Over 260 schemes and activities have been funded since 2015. Subject to this decision, the SRA will fund a further 16 projects and activities across the county in 26-27. Details of these schemes are contained in Appendix 6. And can I just add, I'd like to put on record my gratitude to the work of Councillor. I'm sorry, he's gone. I'd like to thank Mike, who was there. Who's there? For all his works in dealing with all matters flood related in Somerset, and I think the people of Somerset owe him a personal debt. He has done so much good work on chairing the SRA, and personally, I'm very grateful for his knowledge and his efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Oakes. First of all, apologies. I have to start. Sorry, I'm David Mitchell, Somerset Rivers Authority Manager. I have to start with a correction on page 11, paragraph 3, on your reports pack. The final sentence says that 11 more projects will be funded. As Councillor Oakes has just said, that should actually say 16 projects. The report does refer to the list of projects in Appendix 2. Appendix 2 has the correct number of projects. The detail is in there and has been provided to the committee. So, just by way of introduction, for those that may not know, Somerset Rivers Authority established after the 2013-14 floods, and it's kind of very pertinent at the moment with what's been happening in the last few weeks. Somerset Council, so Somerset County Council beforehand, has hosted the Rivers Authority since its inception in 2015. But despite our name being a Rivers Authority, we're actually a partnership, an unincorporated association, which is very important in relation to this decision. And that's why it's essential that Somerset Council has provided that the role as host authority and accountable body. Myself and my team are all employed by Somerset Council. All legal, HR, financial matters in relation to the Rivers Authority is undertaken actually by Somerset Council. As mentioned, we're funded by a small precept,
we refer to it as a shadow precept. So it's obviously there's only one way that can be raised on our behalf. And just to emphasise the point, when the SRA was established, very much about extra. We have multiple risk management authorities dealing with flooding across the county. The SRA was not set up to duplicate those, it was to augment what they already do. And the SRA is made up of representatives of those risk management authorities. That is where the expertise comes from. That's who develops and delivers our projects. There's no extra Somerset Rivers Authority workforce out there doing the work. So we're forever grateful to our partners, including the council, for putting in the time and effort for that. Now, apologies for the amount of paperwork attached to this report. You're getting double bureaucracy. You're getting Somerset Rivers Authority decision processes overlaid with Somerset councils, but it's all very important. So there's 5 recommendations in the report, but I just wanted to draw your attention to a couple specifically, and it's that point about the council being willing to continue as a host authority and accountable body. There's just the SRA could not function the way it does without the council being willing to host us. We gain a lot of advantage out of being part of the council's services and all the benefits we get from that. But the one thing that absolutely no other organisation could do for us is raise that precept. It's a small amount added into council tax, so obviously only the council can do that, and it was approved at the recent full council meeting, that and that will raise us approximately £3.2 million for the next financial year. Now, obviously being accountable body and host authority, potentially risks and liabilities could land with the council on that, but just to reassure the executive that we operate through a strict memorandum of understanding and constitution written by and approved by Somerset Council's legal team, strict governance processes around decision making, budget monitoring, all those things, so we can reassure the council that there's very limited risk to the council in undertaking this role. I think, I don't have the note in front of me, but there's in the financial and legal implications section of your report, I think maybe pages 16, 17, offer reassurance around those matters. And all of that is to say that the important point about this, the process, bureaucracy, all very important, but what we're thinking about is what are we actually achieving? So hopefully members have had a chance to look at the appendices which provide the detail on what the SRA board is hoping to approve at their meeting on the 20th of March for what we're going to do next year. Now, it's a very, very quick overview of what we're proposing. There'll be another 3.2 million added to the investment we've already made over the several years, upwards of 30 million now raised and invested locally. And overall, we will result in extra river maintenance across the levels and moors, which there's a lot of debate on about how much should and shouldn't be done on that with all the flooding at the moment. We will continue to invest in extensive natural flood management through Farming Wildlife Advisory Group, hundreds of small projects across the county. We're able to help Somerset Highways address some flooding issues that might not otherwise be tackled, specifically an issue between Ilminster and Chard, some flooding that regularly occurs at Donyat. We're investing heavily in community support. We fund 2 community engagement officers who are out working right across the county, building resilience, developing some interesting projects like localised telemetry for local people to set their own warning signals. We also fund through Farming Wildlife Advisory Group officers that can work with communities that are keen to do something. They've got a problem in their village. They recognise the issue is maybe not in the village, it's in the surrounding landscape, so they can help them work with landowners to invest in projects that slow the rate of water coming down to reduce the risk of flooding. And something we launched last year, and we're hoping the board will continue to support in the next financial year, is a community flood action fund where parish and town councils, non-profit organisations can apply for up to £20,000 to really take very localised action, things that maybe wouldn't hit the radar of some of the risk management authorities, but local people are very confident it will make a good difference to them. So that's been successful so far. 16 grants, I think, provided, some of those projects already completed. And just a final couple of things to say, we are investing in Somerset Wildlife Trust to develop a climate adaptation plan with various towns and villages across the county. So a real mix from the kind of old traditional responses to flood risk concerns to some of the thinking about resilience adaptation, how we deal with things that are coming towards us rather than just responding to what's happening now. And the studies and investigation, one of those does relate to the earlier question around the compounded effects of housing developments and whether or not there's certain factors that we should be thinking about in Somerset that maybe don't apply elsewhere, like how the levels and moors operate. All the details were in Appendix 3. And what does that all amount to? Well, looking over all the years the SRA has been around, all these dots on the map relate to something the SRA has funded or part funded. That's not everything, but it just gives you an idea of the kind of spread of investment and the impacts it's having on thousands of people in hundreds of places. And so on that note, I'm happy to take any questions unless Councillor Stanton would like to add anything.
Mike, would you like to add anything?
Just a couple of things. Firstly, grateful to Graham for appreciation, and to David and his team, who really are a tremendous team. Community engagement officers, who he's mentioned, do a fantastic job out in the parishes, helping people understand where the water comes from, where it goes, repairing ownership issues, getting gauges put in to give people warning, and so on. It's worth just mentioning a couple of things, just because we had a public question about related to the flooding, or potential flooding this time in Moreland, bearing in mind it was the Moreland flooding in 2014 that caused the SRA to be set up. So I and others have been having a lot of conversations with the Environment Agency about the whole pumps question, getting permanent pumps rather than having these temporary pumps brought in. Was every 50 years, then every 10 years. Now it seems to be every 2 years. A big issue for the Environment Agency to tackle, and we'll keep the pressure on them on that. The River Tone was mentioned. That's one of the big issues for the future, that we haven't found a way yet of using the water injection dredger, which you can see some detail of later on in the papers, which dredges the Parrot. We haven't yet found a small enough one to get up the River Tone under the bridges above the confluence, but that does need dredging to get it back to the pre-2014 river profile. So we're going to go on working on that. The Environment Agency also announced a reduction in maintenance of what they call main rivers, but actually the rivers, so-called rivers, they're reducing maintenance on are mostly quite small streams, which do become torrents in times of high rainfall and flood. So again, we as a council and the drainage boards, which I sit on as well, are keeping a lot of pressure on them over that, nationally and locally. No, it's worth mentioning we had a visit from the Minister for Flooding and Water, Emma Hardy, on the 11th of February. She was taken on a tour around the flooded areas around Muchelney and also in Langport along the River Parrot. So she's got a good understanding now of what the issues are. Unfortunately, she's a minister who also represents an area that floods up in Hull. It is really worth everyone who's interested reading the parliamentary debate that took place the day after that visit on the 12th of February. If you look it up, if you Google Storm Chandra debate, Hansard, there's you can read right through everything the minister said. Sarah Dyke MP, who raised the issue in Parliament and brought the minister to Somerset, and various other local MPs. It really gives you a clear picture of the minister's perception and stance, which looks as though it's moving in the direction of getting the Environment Agency to spend its money in a way that's more useful to us, let's put it that way. Not clear yet whether we'll get any extra money, but we really hope we will. The precept of £14.65, which was 1.25% of council tax in 2016, it's now 0.8%. That really does need adjusting, and a number of people are working on finding a way to get that adjusted in a way that funds us rather better. And just a final thing, a bit of a negative point, but it's just worth mentioning for understanding of the context. One of the big pieces of work that was done after the 2014 flooding was to raise the level of the road between Drayton and Muchelney to make it into a causeway, so that Muchelney wouldn't be cut off and people wouldn't have to access the village for, I think it was 6 weeks, by boat or by tractor. this near flood event, which thank goodness in the end didn't flood very many properties, and they were scattered all across Somerset, got very near to the top of that causeway. So it's just an indication that things can, 10 years of climate change and increased rainfall, and maybe a bit of subsidence, natural subsidence of an embankment, basically with the road on top of it, means that we're constantly fighting catch up, playing catch up to keep up with what the climate is doing to us. So apologies for ending on a negative point, but it's people need to face the realities, and we'll do the best we can and go on doing the best we can. Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, first of all, extend my thanks to Mike, Ian, and Graham, and all your teams for all that you've done to protect Somerset from the recent events, working in partnership with all the other bodies, and particularly pay tribute to the resilience of the communities that have been impacted as well. It's been a terrifically difficult time. Fully understand the anxiety of people who have both who lived through 2014, but also those people who are new to their properties as well, not be going through it potentially for the first time, knowing it's something that they have to live with. So we do need to do what we can to provide assurance for those residents. We know that we have a unique and special place in the Somerset Levels. We need to make sure that we get the funding to be able to protect it. I'm particularly interested in the £14.5 figure. £14.65 doesn't buy you what it did in 2014, that's for sure. What have we been doing to try and bring that piece of legislation forward that would be required to bring that to a more realistic level? Clive's going to take that one.
I'll take that one first. So at the budget time, there were questions raised around issues like interest and overheads and the precept, etc. And I've committed to working with David to look at the funding formula. So before I depart this council at the end of June, I will be producing a report for you in looking at the whole financial arrangements, the role of the council as a accountable body, capital funding, etc. So we can put the SRA on a firm footing going forward.
Yeah, we are in initial conversation, I think, as the chair of the SRA and David know, with some civil servants, and we are in process of actually writing to the government. We haven't written as yet because there's some ongoing discussions arising from the last flooding incidents, but we will be looking to see if we can't get formal legislation to actually establish SRA's precepting body, which looks very unlikely, can we actually look again at the mechanism that was used to set the precept up to start with, to see if it can actually reflect it, as was just said.
Okay, thank you for that assurance that that piece of work is in hand. It would be, I'm sure government will work at pace as they expect us to do. Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the really detailed paper and opening, David. I had, I guess, the pleasure of sitting on the SRA a few years ago, and it was always really informative. So I'm supporting this paper that's before us today. From my perspective, it's also good to see the different types of work that's now being doing through the SRA and the spreading out across Somerset, and to hear as an example that Donyat, I think you mentioned, is going to have some work done, because I consistently see that on my social media feed about challenges in that area for people trying to get through the village and Chard way. So that's positive from that perspective. Bill slightly touched on the question that I was going to ask, because, you know, as we all know, David Cameron stood there in his wellies and said money was no object for the support for Somerset when those flooding happened. And my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected, is that we don't receive additional funding from government to the SRA, and that also we've had our funding cut when we did our budget for from government when they did our settlement. And so despite being a rural authority with the challenges that we face from climate change and flooding, and the fact that we aren't able to put up the funds that we give to the SRA, and they're based on, you know, those 2014-15 rates, we're actually having less money to do far greater work. So what you do and the great work that your outreach officers do, I had met Paul recently due to a very tiny bit of flooding that happened in my patch, and he was brilliant at guiding both myself and residents, is that we seem to be in a very challenging situation. So I support anything that Duncan has said, where we can challenge government to look to get greater support, a greater understanding of our rurality, and more support for the work that the SRA does.
Thank you, Ed. Richard, you look like you're poised. Are you poised? Thought you might be.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, thank you to Mike, who's worked so hard on chairing the SRA. You know, to echo Ed's words around, you know, the funding of the SRA, you know, I will continually point out that during the 2014 flooding event, there was also an event in Devon, which resulted in difficulty with the train line. Well, that was funded by government, but we have consistently been relied on to get ourselves out, and the resilience of the people of Somerset must be noted. But it is getting increasingly hard, and Councillor Stanton was very specific on the new causeway through Muchenley to Drayton being at risk, and that was put in to prevent Muchenley from being cut off. But there's also an issue in that area between School Farm in Muchenley and the potteries around Mike Curtis's farm, which also floods and cuts Thorney off from Muchenley and Kingsbury Episcopi, and that has a devastating effect. And it must be noted that even today, the Muchenley to Langport Road has not reopened yet due to the flooding. But as a result of a closure in Langport, it was probably about an hour and a half diversion for people to get from one side of Langport to the other, due to all of these particular flooding events across the county. I don't think that's acceptable. And if Drayton also was to be cut off, you know, again, Muchenley would be yet again another island, and the speed in which the Environment Agency can remove the water from the levels. But I'm very keen that you really do pursue the Environment Agency to put in better pumps, permanent pumps. But even when they bring in the other pumps, it's just not good enough, in my opinion. We're not getting rid of the water fast enough, and I'll be very interested to know about in a further place your interest in getting an injection dredger that is of small enough size to fit onto the Tone, which is another issue, but it all links back in because of the conjunction of the Parrett and the Tone at Boroughbridge. So I'll leave it there, because I'm sure Bill would love to, Councillor Evans would love to talk parochially about stuff in his area.
Once I start, I won't finish. Councillor Lysholm, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to draw members' attention to an event hosted by Somerset Rivers Authority for the local community networks earlier this week on emergency planning. And it was an excellent event with officers of LCNs and Somerset Council and the Rivers Authority all working together in a really effective way. And what was really interesting to me is that Rivers Authority and Somerset Council officers more widely have taken learning from the flooding emergencies and actually spread that across to how we cope with other emergencies in our communities as well. So I just wanted to make the point that we talk about SRA and flooding a great deal, but actually that learning has extended well beyond flooding to lots of other types of emergencies. And I hugely appreciate the work that SRA does for our communities throughout. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other lead members or associates wanting to talk. Any other members of council want to talk on this item? Any members of the Reform UK group online? No, they've got some interesting views on the SRA precept. No, not here. Never mind. Okay, in which case, just to sum up, thank you so much for the work that's been done from 2014. I do think there were times during the recent events that I thought you need to bang your own drum a little bit more. I know that, comms is a little bit of a funny one to spend money on, but I did see people saying nothing's happened since 2014. And when you read the reports, that's clearly not true. And we do know that a lot of the work that has happened has had a positive impact. And we did, for all that it was nail biting at times over January, we did pretty much keep far more properties dry than at one time I feared. So we are truly on the front line of climate change, as the more we see these events that were 1 in 100 years and now seem to be, what is it, three in a dozen years. That is really, really quite scary. And the business case must surely be very strong for making sure that we get the proper infrastructure in to cope with this. The temporary measures of the pumps at Northmoor and at Dunball and other areas do need to be looked at, whether they need to be permanent as soon as possible. And we do know that those conversations about trigger points are absolutely essential. There was a point at which it was inevitable that trigger points would be met, and we were frustrated that we hadn't quite got to that point where we could see the action actually happening on the ground. So thanks to everybody who's kept us drier than we feared, and we do hugely appreciate everything that the Somerset Rivers Authority has done in the interim. Okay. Can I see a proposer, please, for the recommendations? Thank you. And a seconder. Thank you. That's Councillor Oakes and Councillor Wilkins. So the recommendations are to continue our role as the host authority, to review the local memorandum of understanding, to review the proposed SRA budget and programme for 26-27, and subject to full council confirm the raising of precepts, which I think we've already done, haven't we? Does that need to be rephrased?
Chair, if I could, so it's the request of executive is effectively to pass through the funds that have been raised by full council for the use of the SRA.
Okay. And recommendation E is that the detailed management of the 26-27 SRA budget enhanced programme within the control total allocated to the SRA is undertaken in accordance with those constitutional and financial arrangements with us as the accountable body. Can I see those in favour of those recommendations, please? Those against? That is duly carried. Thank you so much for your reports and for all the work that you do. That's the next item. Yes, sorry, yeah, I was just, yeah. So we're moving on to agenda item 7, which is the Crisis Resilience Fund. Just to be clear, there's a confidential appendix as part of this agenda item. So if any members are intending to raise anything from the confidential appendix, we will need to exclude members of the press and public from the meeting in order to do that. If we are able, if you do think you're going to, please let me know in advance. And if you can avoid doing so, that also helps. You get what I mean. Councillor Shearer, to introduce, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm really delighted to be introducing this paper. But I just want to say this is a collaborative effort. I mean, the work of the work that we can do through the Crisis and Resilience Fund it touches everybody, people of all ages. It touches all communities and all partners, and I think that breadth of involvement is actually captured in the 4th recommendation. So I just wanted to say, you know, if we're having delegated authority to make decisions, that's a collaborative decision making. So just to say then, the Department for Work and Pensions has launched the Crisis and Resilience Fund. That's to provide multi-year funding for local authorities to deliver crisis support and build long-term resilience for vulnerable households. Many households in Somerset continue to face financial hardship, significant in many cases. There's a lot in the press today about the increase to fuel prices and so on, which hit people really hard. And among other things, it's always hard out there for people financially. The 3-year Crisis and Resilience Fund replaces short-term schemes and provides more stable and strategic approach to crisis support. Certainly the intention. So the CRF, if I can shorten it to that, it aims to be both, 3 things really: short-term financial support for financial shock, if you like, for those things when people hit crisis. It's intended to boost people's financial resilience in the longer term, and it's also intended to improve community level support, and that's what we're summarising in the paper. In order to reach the widest range of vulnerable households, of course, multiple delivery routes are going to be needed. The Somerset's voluntary community, faith and social enterprise organisations are very well placed to identify need early and to offer accessible support. So the proposed model in the paper ensures coordinated crisis help and especially preventative services and community-led resilience, or community-level resilience, which should improve outcomes and reduce pressure on statutory services, but most importantly, get support to people to help themselves within their communities. There are some significant changes in here, and this, of course, this national scheme, this change to the national scheme, has come with a lot of guidance and a lot of detail to unpack, but came quite late for a 1st of April delivery or initiation. First thing to say, it is 3 years. It's 3 years support, or 3 year settlement of grant. In the past, we've had 6-month or 12-month grant indications at best, again, very often late in the day. But this is 3 years, which really allows us to do things more strategically. It has an emphasis on an individual support, where we'll be providing support to an individual, not blanket provision, but it also to try to get more of a cash first. It's obviously the government's intention to be more cash first in their delivery of support, or our delivery support. But of course, it's also about the strong advice we're getting is a move towards personalised and community-based support, so that we can actually deliver things for people and then wrap support around them. It's not just giving them a little bit of money or a voucher or something short term, or some in-kind gifts or donations, but to actually be able to support them in their communities going forward. So I just wanted to be clear that, and reassure members, I guess, there is no way we want to be allowing anyone to be suffering without food. That's the main aim of this fund, and we certainly do not want to see anybody suffer without the food they need. And we will be considering in this paper also the creation of a lead partner, an alliance lead, as we've called it, to ensure the best delivery can be achieved through our partners in our communities. And this should build on all of the good work with our community schools and organisations. Again, just reassuring members, there's a lot of detail in the report, but to say that we know our families very well. We know those through the schools, through Connect Champions, through our voluntary organisation partners. We do know from years of operating the Household Support Fund, we know where our need is and we know who our families are. And we will be supporting them all the way through. One of the things that has hit the press recently today is that school voucher schemes will not work in the or school food for children during school holidays, which has been a voucher scheme. It cannot work in the same kind of way because of the changes the government have made. But we just want to make sure that by Easter, everybody on holiday will actually be able to be supported to the degree they actually need. The Alliance Lead will have mechanisms in place to process food vouchers or any other methodology for getting support to those eligible families in the holidays. Unlike the Household Support Fund, we cannot have this as an automated process, that blanket provision. It's not allowed under the new Crisis Resilience Fund. But parents, carers, and those people around families who we might be worried about, they can actually direct and apply to the Alliance Lead. So I just want, and also just to say there's an awful lot we're going to be doing from now, if this gets passed, to be communicating with members of the public, to be communicating with our communities and support in the communities, and things like holiday fund and activity, the holiday food and activity funds, the Happy Holidays, Healthy Happy Holidays over the Easter programme is still open as before. So we will be making sure people can find the help when they need it. I'm going to stop now. So it's a longer introduction I might normally do, and pass over to Laura if there's anything I need to be saying or I haven't said that you'll catch for me.
Yeah, thank you, Heather. Laura Annandale, Head of Service for Early Help Commissioning Children's Services. I just wanted to reiterate Heather's point that there will continue to be a comprehensive offer of support available for all families and all residents in Somerset that need it. Personally, I see this as a really positive move. Crisis Resilience Funds moves us away from a reactive transactional approach to a much more meaningful, proactive and compassionate offer for all families and all residents that need it in Somerset, and ultimately promoting better outcomes for all. So just to do a bit of a deep dive in terms of what support will be available, we will continue to offer crisis support for those families and residents that need it. So there will be that cash first option for food, fuel and essential items, as well as vouchers, which may be more appropriate for some families. There will be housing payments to support with rent, shortfall deposits and moving costs, etc. And there will also be that one-off council tax support for households in exceptional hardship. This fund moves towards a much more stronger focus on prevention activity, and it's really exciting that we're able to work with the voluntary community faith social enterprise sector to be much more holistic, compassionate in our offer. So we will definitely continue to build on those strong relationships that we have, with the hope that those relationships will mature over time. We will develop a debt advice and budgeting support offer, income maximisation and benefit checks, as well as employment skills and financial support as well. Crisis resilience goes wider than individual resilience, individual family resilience, and it also looks at kind of what is that community support that's available as well. So funding will be available for hubs, warm spaces, pantries and larder schemes, etc., as well as that outreach support to our rural and isolated areas, recognising that we do have some of those challenges in Somerset. The decision, as Heather reflected on, includes a recommendation to formalise our relationship with the voluntary community faith social enterprise sector through an alliance approach. So Somerset Council will work with the lead provider, the Alliance Lead, from Somerset's voluntary community faith social enterprise sector to deliver on the Crisis and Resilience Fund's outcomes. We will come together as an informal alliance, maximising the collective strengths of all partners in that alliance, including statutory services as well as voluntary and community services. The approach will ensure that crisis support continues. So we will continue to work hard with colleagues in school settings, etc., identifying those families that need our support now and continue to need our support during the Easter holidays. We will also look to pool resources and expertise through the Alliance so that we're making best use of that collective resource and we're really playing to the strength of the partnership. Given the Alliance will include a broad range of partners, we have that ability to leverage that support into our deep communities, those hard to reach communities as well. So the Alliance won't just be big organisations from the voluntary community sector, but there'll also be some of our smaller organisations as well, where we have those rural challenges and particular communities that are hard to reach. So in all, it's really exciting. We're going to be able to work much more collaboratively with the sector. We'll be able to build on those trusted existing relationships, but actually be able to go out wider as well. And given the fact that this particular fund is on a 3-year basis, it gives us kind of that longevity as well in terms of actually working with partners strategically over the next couple of years.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you. Are there any other comments? I've got Federica first and then Liz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supportive in whole of the paper. I just have a question. I guess the free school meals thing is the thing that sits, I guess, most uncomfortably, if that makes sense. I understand that it's a government directive that is making it happen, where they've said no blanket approach. But what I'm trying to get is, how does that then work operationally on a day-to-day basis, if someone could just advise? So because now the head teacher emails out and says, you know, the free school meal vouchers are available, how are we going to communicate? And because a lot, you know, some people go, I don't want to put my head above the parapet for help, and maybe this is the reason why you're seeing that this is a positive, because they might need other support, but actually they need that voucher to order to help feed their children over the school holidays. So I'm just trying to work out how it's operationally going to work, because lots of us here in this room have contacts with in the schools, or wider councillors do. So how do we guide people to go, I need help?
So operationally, the Alliance lead will be accepting those referrals, and those referrals do not need to come from the individual themselves. So if anyone within a school setting or any community setting are worried about a particular family, they're in crisis, you can make a professional referral into that offer. We are currently kind of concluding that live procurement process at the moment, so I'm not able to kind of name who has been awarded that lead, but we hope to kind of proceed with comms very shortly, which will give some clarity in terms of actually what does that pathway look like. In the interim, I am confident that we will continue to have an offer from the 1st of April. We will continue to plug the void, the perception of a void in terms of Easter holidays. So there will still be support for those families that need it for the Easter holidays. And we will be working hard from today with school leaders to identify those most vulnerable families, so we're mitigating against any of that risk.
Thank you. Can I just ask a sort of small supplementary? Does that include early years settings as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Liz.
Thank you, Chair. I do welcome this 3-year approach. We had some very late decisions to take on Household Support Fund, and that was no place to be. And I know organisations running, for instance, Warm Spaces, were really struggling because they could not plan their winter activities until it was virtually winter. So I certainly welcome that. I welcome the Alliance lead approach too. And I just want to remind colleagues that when you're looking at table 2.1 for the proposed support from the 1st of April this year, which is on page 98, you'll see £800,000 for the Exceptional Hardship Fund. And I just want to remind you too that at budget setting last week, we also agreed an earmarked reserve of £2 million also to contribute to the Exceptional Hardship Fund if it is needed. And it may well, with what we're seeing globally, we may be very thankful that we did take that decision when we did last week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I welcome this report. I think when looking at things like that, it's important to listen to experts. So I have been looking at what the Tussell Trust, which is one of the UK's largest anti-poverty charities, which runs an awful lot of food banks in this country, say about the Crisis and Resilience Fund, and they appear to have been fairly welcoming to it. I'm going to read out some of their December report on what it should be doing, which they said that while the CRF cannot solve persistent hardship in our communities, which stems from problems in the design and delivery of the social security system, It represents a major opportunity to reset how local crisis support is provided in England. And when planning the delivery of the CRF, they called on the government and local authorities to prioritise 4 things. 1, a cash-first, needs-led approach to crisis support, saying that this means prioritising cash payments for people facing a financial crisis with flexibility to provide alternative support to suit individual needs and to ensure value for money, e.g. direct provision of furniture or appliances. This is the most effective and dignified approach, they say, providing speed, choice and flexibility. Crisis payments, they say, should be closely connected to advice and wider support to help prevent future crises. They say that tackling the drivers of financial crisis, not the symptoms of food insecurity, is the way to go, and that the inability to afford food is a symptom of not having enough money to afford the essentials, including rent, energy, clothes and transport, and that free and low-cost food is neither the best form of crisis support nor a preventative measure that builds financial resilience and should not be the priority for the Crisis and Resilience Fund. That's what the Tussell Trust says. They say that preventative support and building financial resilience for people most at risk of financial crisis. In doing that, local authorities should be encouraged to use the CRF to invest in effective models of support that increase access to income and advice for people facing financial crisis and reduce the need for emergency food parcels. And they also advocate a systematic approach to monitoring and evaluating the outcomes and data. And I think, having read that and knowing that they are the experts and having looked at what the proposals are, I think we are, following the guidance that they're setting out, and I welcome the proposals we have before us.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah, Liz, you want to come back in?
I just need to say, in case it is on my register of interest, but I am a trustee of the Crispin Hall Trust, which runs the warm spaces in the winter. So I feel that I should have declared that. Thank you.
In which case I will declare that I'm a member of Westfield Church, which similarly does work in the community, and I suspect that we will have several others. Councillor Graham-Oakes.
Thank you, Chair. I had considerable concerns about this, and I'm grateful to Councillor Shearer for giving me the time to walk through in advance of this meeting the challenges that they face. Some of those concerns exist because this is a journey, and where we start from to where we finish, and being done at pace, I think is the term, does give me some level of concern. However, I've been given a personal assurance about the flexibility that this new approach will allow, will protect particularly the people in my division who are very vulnerable at this time, particularly the children. And I'm reassured enough to think that we will achieve what this sets out to achieve, because we must, but in the time that there will be no casualties on the way.
Any other comments? Not seeing anything from lead members. I'll go to other members. Councillor Lucy Criminal. Good morning, Lucy.
Good morning, Chair. It's a really quick question. Table 1.1, which I'm on a different page, I'm afraid, to you. But on the first table, it talks about, well, there's a column for support for young people in Thrive 16+ with living and utility bills, and I noticed that was quite small, and I'm just hoping that's reflective of it being a very small cohort, and not just because there just isn't enough money to put to them. And also, just additionally, is this money going to be enough, or are we going to find that we get sort of 3/4 of the way through this first year, and that money is sort of being spent because more people are coming on board?
Councillor Shearer?
Yes, thank you for that. And Laura can put me right if I'm wrong on this one, but I think you are right with the first bit about Thrive, the supporting young people in their first home. The most galling thing for me is we do not have enough first homes for children, certainly in our care, to get into. So I think it is, that was probably what we spent because that's what we were asked for, not because that's all we could give them. So I would give them more. There's lots of different things we're trying to do to make it easier for our young people to get their own homes, including things like rent guarantee schemes and so on. But it's an incredibly hard job. So it certainly wasn't by curtailing it. It wasn't curtailing it to 280 or that we ran out of cash. And I think the other one as well about, is it going to be enough? I mean, I would like, if we, there's no reason why we can't do this. We already have, as Councillor Graham was saying, we're very convinced about building up, and we're already building up fantastic community sport in different places. It may not be universal yet across the entire county, but we're trying our best. And so there's a lot of good support already, and this should help create it and cement it. So it is just over £7,000 for each of the 3 years. I'd take 3 times that much if it was coming. We could do more with it, but I think we'll watch it all the time about how far we get through and what we can achieve. But it should be that it isn't the amount of money, it's what we do with it that counts. So we can still do the crisis stuff and pick those people up who need it, and children and families who need it, but then also build that capacity for the future in them as well as in the community. So I'd like more, but I'll take the 7 point something each year.
Yeah, I mean, in no way was I saying that we were being tight with the money, but you get given a pot of money and you have to forecast how it's best spent and what the need is. I worked with someone in school once who could have done with something like this, and so that's why I'm wondering how, if I knew somebody and that was just one person who I taught, there may be many, many more. Then is the need reflected in this? That was all I was saying.
Okay, I should not have allowed you to come back in there, Lucy. I've just realised that was very naughty of me, and I will try not to do it again. Diego.
So great that we've got this money from government. Just my one question is, in terms of the support for council tax payments, which Councillor Lation's already mentioned as well. So we know that on this paper, although there's a reduction of 350,000 compared to last year, we've got the £2 million pot of money for the hardship scheme, as Councillor Lation's mentioned. So my question really is, considering that we've already budgeted more next year to support in terms of the hardship scheme around council tax payments, how has it been worked out that we need the additional 800k on top of that 2 million this year or this coming year? And also, in terms of process, which pot of money would be used first? Is it that 2 million hardship scheme money, or would it be this pot of money? And if this 800k isn't used, can you in year move it around so you can use it for other areas where there's more demand?
Liz will put me right if I get this one wrong completely, but certainly as I understand it, with things, if somebody qualifies for support for the council tax hardship, the exceptional hardship funding around council tax, I think what we do is we draw on the initial amount that's in the budget, but because it's something that is a policy for us, even if the initial amount we have in the budget, if that person qualifies, we find that money. And so that's part of the reason why that money's gone up as well, by anticipating what we might need, and the fact that we cannot, in a sense, wring that one dry and say you can't have any more. So there's something about that. But I think the best thing about this one, and I'll let others talk about how the numbers were forecast, because it's the experience on that sits with the officers rather than with me. But I think one of the things about this is that having an alliance lead that people, so there's almost like one front door into help. That alliance lead will understand where to be pushing that person for help, or where to be drawing funds for that person for help, so that for each individual it's going to be a different answer. So it's, it isn't kind of slavishly, oh, there's a fund there and a fund there. I think we're trying to get away from that with the alliance lead. So a person's need is kind of assessed holistically, and then they draw from the support. Some of it won't even be council support at all. It might be something in a community that isn't directly funded by us that would be important for that person. Please put me right if I got that one wrong on either side.
No, you're not wrong. I just wanted to make the point that how our revenues and benefits team work with the alliance lead will be really important. And of course, I'll just say it one more time. Once we have everyone working from the one software system, and we have just gone through the outputting to the printers for council tax, business rates and housing benefit letters, we're going to be in a much better position. And I think this has come at a good time for us, where we can put those two. It's part of Somerset Council and it is the Alliance lead, and I think they will be able to work better together once we've completed our work on putting everyone onto the one software, which will be very soon.
Laura, do you want to add anything?
Just one final point to add is the recommendation also requests that delegated decisions around changes in indicative funding as well. So there will be that constant ongoing review in terms of how that funding is being spent, whether it's meeting needs, etc. So there will be that opportunity to reset if that is appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other members? Not seeing anybody online. Nobody else wants to come back. So just to thank you, Laura and Heather and your teams for all the hard work that's gone behind this. I know that a number of people had concerns. I think those concerns have all been addressed, and I'm sure we will keep this under close observation through the year to make sure that it's working the way that we intended. I particularly like that partnership approach with the BCSFE sector and with the education sector right from early years all the way through to make sure that we've got we join everything up together. But we need to make sure that we are getting the help to those families that need it. We know worldwide events recently will lead to some significant pressures, especially around fuel, which will then trigger difficulties for families. So we do need to have awareness of that. I have already spoken to council officers around making sure that we look at those cost of living measures that we put in place earlier in the administration, make sure that they are still robust and available to be able to tackle anything that's coming down the line at us. It's only prudent that we do make sure that we can support our families as best as we can. Okay, so we move on to the recommendations, which are to approve the decision to use the Crisis and Resilience Fund for the scope of work presented in the report to allocate the 21.5 million funding to the indicated areas in table 2.1 from the 1st of April 26, to approve the decision to award the Alliance lead role to supplier 1, and the details contained in Appendix A is to be regarded as exempting information and treated in confidence, as the case for public interest, and maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information, and to delegate decisions about any changes to the allocation of funding to the indicative areas of spend and any allocation thereof to the Executive Director and for Children, Families and Education and the Executive Director of Community, Place and Economy in consultation with the lead member for Children and the lead member for Transformation. Is there anybody else who wishes to add anything to that? I think that covers everything. So can I see a proposer, please? Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, seconded by Councillor Heather Shearer. All those in favour, please. All those against, that is clearly carried. Which moves us on to the annual report of the Director of Public Health, who is offering us a miracle cure according to the agenda. Graham, to introduce, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm introducing the Somerset Director of Public Health's annual report for 2025. This is Alison's first report as our DPH, and she has chosen the topic, the miracle cure, physical activity. I may have played a part in that desire of a need to have increased activity. The Director of Public Health's annual report is an opportunity to fulfil their duty to advocate for the health and well-being of the local population. It is incumbent on us as an executive to read this report and identify how we as elected members and an executive wish to respond to the challenge of getting Somerset moving. Alison suggests 3 priority areas. However, every directorate of this council can play a part to achieve this aim and improve the health and well-being of the population. Alison and I welcome your feedback and ideas on how we can tackle the challenge together. Alison.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to present my annual report. My name is Alison Bell, and as Graham said, I'm the Director of Public Health. So we have very visibly demonstrated the need. We've been sat for 2 hours and done nothing. So can I invite everyone that is physically able to stand and stretch, please? And you can do this online as well, please. No excuses. Okay, thank you very much for indulging me, but I think it is a very visible demonstration of how our society has moved to being so sedentary and physically inactive. Next slide, please. So, as Graham said, the production of an annual report is a DPH responsibility, and it's to shine a light on the health of the local population. It's part of my role to be an independent advocate for the health of our population and provide leadership for its improvement and protection. And this local authority also has a duty to publish this report, so I would request that that is observed after you have accepted it. So in trying to choose a topic, I didn't look at Graham, I looked at our statistics. And I thought we should be adopting what Dame Sally Davis described as the miracle cure. If you could package or put physical activity in pill form, it would be a silver bullet. And hopefully this morning I will illustrate why it's such a powerful intervention and something we can all engage in. And why I chose this is because what I see in our population is a decline in their health status across all ages and the widening of inequalities. I was particularly struck that 20% of our adult population take less than 30 minutes moderate physical activity a week. And that's far away from the recommended 150 minutes of physical activity in a week. Next slide. So why physical activity matters and why is it important to public health? Well, it massively reduces the burden of disease. Both physical and mental health issues are tackled by getting our population active. We would see a 40% reduction in type 2 diabetes, a 35% reduction in cardiovascular disease, a 30% reduction in depression and dementia. We'd have less joint pain, which a number of us complained of as we stood up, and 20% reduction in many cancers, particularly colon cancers and breast cancer. And for those of us that engage in physical activity of any type, we know it improves our mental health. It helps reduce our anxiety levels and the risk of depression, and it reduces obesity and osteoporosis. There are also lots of other benefits, and if you read the whole report, you will see there's lots of other benefits beyond physical activity, and that includes being part of a team, connecting with your neighbours, reducing loneliness and isolation. Next slide, please. Sometimes people say, though, that our messages don't land very well because they're not targeted. And so what I worked really hard on is to try and work out who we should focus on first. Because that generic message about everyone needs to move more is not very helpful for partners. So we started homing in on those people that weren't really taking any physical activity at all, and looked at whether, if we focused on those, whether we would have more impact. And this graph presents that if you look at people that are completely sedentary to below 100 minutes of activity a week, the health gains just from going to no minutes to 10 minutes to 20 minutes to 30 minutes are really significant. And so this is where I want the system and this council to focus, is for those people who have no opportunity to engage in physical activity. And it doesn't mean going for a run. It means doing the gardening, doing some DIY, connecting with a health walk. It doesn't have to be going to a gym, which quite frankly is terrifying to a lot of us. Next slide, please. So we've seen the benefits, and I just wanted to show some of the data about how active our population is, and we've remained stubbornly inactive as a geography, as Somerset, but also as a nation. And we're about 70% of adults are physically active. And that is 150 minutes of moderate physical exertion a week. And for children, and obviously our children are our future adults, they're actually less active than our adult population at the moment. The standards are slightly different. So to be defined as physically active, children need to take 60 minutes of physical activity a day. And you can see that that is lower than our adult rate of physical activity. And that's really of concern because post 16, so this data is up to 16, but we know what happens to children post 16. They go away from not the education system, but the very structured kind of GCSE offer towards college options and post-16 offers. And that often doesn't include a physical activity mandatory element. And so the drop off post-16, particularly for girls, is really significant. Next slide, please. And the next one. Next one. Okay. So what are the implications of being sedentary and not engaging in strength, balance, activity or physical activity? So I've included a graph and I don't know if you can see it, but the bottom blue line, so the scale across the bottom is as we get older, and the blue graph shows how our ability to engage in activities of daily living decline as we get older. So we get to a peak as we become an adult, and then they gradually drop off and they fall below that blue line. Looks like you fall below the C, but it's not the C. You sort of fall below this line where it's called the capability threshold, and that's the capability of engaging in activities of daily living. And to be, practical about this, being able to walk to the toilet independently. So if you don't engage in strength and balance activity and physical activity, the age at which you become dependent is earlier. And for the green line, these are for people who, like most of the people in this room, I'm sure, are successfully aging because they're engaging in regular strength and balance activity and activity. You maintain your ability to conduct activities of daily living and you preserve your capability to an older age group. And that is really significant for us as a population now, but it will be increasingly important going forwards if that cohort of children who we know are less active now become adults. So this is something that if we address now, we will actually serve our population well going forwards. And I've just put some stats in there on the slide, but I think we don't compare too badly with England. If you look at the graphs, we look okay, but as a nation, we're hopelessly inactive, and we need to do something about it. Got an Australian husband and we have competitions every time the Olympics come around about how many gold medals we win, and it is embarrassing because they are much smaller than us in population size and they do a lot better. So it's not about competitive sport though, but it is that whole ethos of being active as a population. Next slide please. I've talked a little bit about this, if that's it, the health benefits, but some feedback from scrutiny, particularly children and family scrutiny, was it was very focused on adults and the health benefits of older adults. So I specifically added in this slide at the request of Councillor Lee Redfern and children's colleagues to focus on actually embedding behaviours in children and young people, with children and young people is really vital because that sets the behaviours of a lifetime. And actually, if their parents aren't active, children are less likely to be active. So this is something we really need to get our whole population mobilised on. And I think something Amelia Walker, who's our Service Director for Education, is really interested in is the role that physical activity plays in terms of self-regulation and children's behaviour. So I think there's many ways we can take these recommendations. If we go to the next slide, I am near the end. So as Graham said at the beginning, I've suggested a kind of a strategic approach, adopting 3 priorities, one in the short term around ageing well, and that's getting people over 50 working age population to do some activity so that we get onto that red line and higher up the red line for those people. Our medium term is to look at reducing health inequalities, and I think the report details where lots of people experience barriers to engaging in physical activity, whether they've got the right clothing, whether they've got the right trainers, whether they've got the confidence to join a group. And we know that people in disadvantaged communities are more likely to experience those barriers. So we need to reach out and try and address those. And our longer term focus is absolutely to embed physical activity, strength and balance across the life course, and focus efforts on particular groups where activity levels drop off. The next slide is just to illustrate that Councillor Oakes and myself in the public health team can't tackle this challenge alone. This is a system-wide, council-wide priority, and this demonstrates the benefit of being in a built environment where you can walk, you can exercise, you can meet your neighbours and do that and feel safe, and it's part of your daily life. Getting to work is part of your life in your workplace, and it's supported with the right infrastructure around the built environment, and that is a real enabler. And the last slide is just to remind you that the purpose of my report is to illustrate how physical activity can prevent disease and help us manage physical and mental health conditions. But it's not just physical activity, it is about tackling sedentary time and focus on strength and balance. So I'm asking the executive this morning to endorse the recommendations, of which there are many, so please don't read them out, and support work across the council to get Somerset moving. On subsequent slides, there are some resources and assets to assist you in looking at how you might tackle this challenge within your directorate, within your portfolio. But after questions, I would very much like to provide a short update on the annual report's progress last year. We looked at smoking last year, so I'm very happy to come back to that after you've got questions regarding this. Thank you.
Okay, and I think Heather won that one just, so well done.
It's because I moved about earlier on. It's got me all lively. Thank you so much for the report. It's really, really interesting. And I'd also like to hear, obviously, in the time what happened with last year's focus. But this one is really important. It's prompted something in me. And so it's sort of a question for you, and then also a bit of a pledge from me, really. One question was that I've always had it in. Well, I've begun to think in my head that rurality is a big issue for us. And if I think about our children, a lot of children, for all kinds of reasons, do get bused to school or driven to school because we can't provide schools right on their doorsteps or whatever. So I think there's something about that which I don't know if I can change anything, but there is something about it that makes those children who have to be taken to school that way. There isn't a flexibility for when they come home, or indeed when they get there. They're bussed in time for school and they go away straight after. And I don't think we can flex it around, around extracurricular activities. So there's a bit of an issue there. So I'd really like to understand if you're looking at intersectionality. I think rurality is an issue too, certainly on the children's pages. And that made me think, oh, okay. We did a children and young people's plan, 24 to 30, and I knew the kids were looking at stuff. And I just wanted to remind myself so that I could actually go back to them. So my pledge is there's a page called Leading Healthy Lives that the children decided for themselves was important. 7,000 or so children, young people contributed to this. And they were saying it's really important that they should lead healthy lives, and they separated out mental health from physical health for the first time ever. So they know the answers. But one of the things they were talking about was that obviously there are recommended daily physical activity, say for school age children, and they were going to do some audit themselves around how many children are actually getting that daily recommendation. So I'm going to go back to them and say, hey, what did you find out from this? But the question for yourself, I think, Alison, is that one about that intersectionality of rurality, because that does make everybody's lives more challenging, and that, you know, that kind of isolation is also a part of that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Shearer. So absolutely endorse that approach, because we know if we embed physical activity into our lives and use active travel, it's a really successful way of reaching the targets, the recommendations, without actually too much extra effort. Many years ago, there was a professor at University of West of England, Adrian Davis. He's moved institutions now, and I always used to talk to him about rurality and active transport. And there's masses of solutions for urban areas. Go to Copenhagen, go to Paris. Rurality, we still haven't cracked. I've been engaging nationally with a transport advocacy group, and I have been pushing, quite a lot of local authorities have been pushing to say it's not good enough to say this is in the too difficult pile. So I take the challenge, and I think there's more work we need to do. And actually, I lived in a rural community when my child was primary school age, and sometimes you can get walking buses going if you've got a significant number of adults committed to it. So it will require really significant community support to make that happen. But if it's important, we should do it. So I'd be really interested in the audit finding results. So I've got an action and you've got an action. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I'd better declare an interest in this as my partner Kate works in the industry, particularly in cardiac rehab and falls prevention. And I was really pleased to see the inclusion of mental health in your report. I wish it was higher up. Actually, it is such a vital point. And many of the other diseases that are mentioned are as a result of declining mental health, I believe. So I would like to see you push the mental health side of that a lot more clearly. However, from my point of view, I was interested into your piece about active travel and rurality, very much Heather's rather spoken about. But I think I would like you to have a bit more understanding around active travel, in particular Active Travel England, and I'm sure Councillor yes, and it's disappointing to see you quoting LCN 120, which is a bane to us more rural based active travelites, because although it's a fantastic guidance for in particular for urban areas, it's very inappropriate for more rural areas to try and reach a standard that is just not desired across our more rural areas. And it's really important that Active Travel England, and I'd love you to speak to them directly. It's really important to understand, and we've already spoken about this, or touched on this, about the fact that in a town and city, there are options. There are options for getting around without cars, without being bused to school. There are these options. In many rural locations, there just is not that option. And we're working hard to try and change that. but it would be very helpful, I believe, if a bit more understanding over the difficulties and the challenges in the more rural areas that active travel brings. I really will. I don't want to step any more on Councillor White's toes on this subject, and I'm sure she will say much more eloquently than I have the problems in which we encounter in this. But like I said again, really love this. Really love this. I wish you would focus a bit more on the mental health. I think that really is worth pushing. And at some point, I'm sure Councillor White will jump in.
I'm very happy for Ros to jump in now as it links in better, and then we'll take Fed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to see your annual report and the fact that you've highlighted Park Run and the Strawberry Line. But they're really only just two examples, as you well know, right across the county. And the interesting thing is that you referred to working age adults there, but actually it's a lot more than that. And I'm amazed in a matter of weeks, there is something now called the Friends of the Stop Line between Ilminster and Chard. 68 volunteers, majority of them are post-retirement, and they have done a fantastic job of maintaining a neglected path originally built by Sustrans some years ago. But the interesting thing is, if you actually look at the activity now on rural paths in Somerset, it ranges from children learning to use bicycles, because many places in the rural environment you do not learn on local rural roads. We know that rural roads right across the county are the most dangerous in the country, and more deaths occur on rural roads than anywhere else, and that is a historic and continuing trend, unfortunately. We know that we have a growing aging population in Somerset, and we need to keep them active, and so providing people with friendly paths, not ones slap bang against main roads but tucked into the countryside, so you get a win-win in terms of enjoying Somerset and countryside. And the interesting thing now is that tourism is a really important part of Somerset, and the numbers using an incomplete but determined Somerset Circle. I heard the figure that there have been 700,000 plot visitors on somewhere on the circle in the last year alone. And you take two small communities and of 600 or 800 people, great connectivity, huge amount of placemaking, and at the same time providing health facilities in the most enjoyable way. I got a wonderful text last night, someone absolutely over the moon, first time in their life they ever heard a little owl in the countryside. And they've lived there all their lives and they're into their 60s. So it does bring a lot of other things. So in terms of my question to you is, how do we respond to Richard's absolutely important intervention that we need to line together our commitment to rural transport in Somerset, our commitment to active travel, and at the same time to actually have a healthier and more sustained population as we all age. And somehow we need to join up the dots a lot more on this, because I think your report's fantastic, but there are issues we could highlight a bit more. And I'm sorry to see our member of the press has disappeared before this particular item on the agenda. But oh, he is there.
No, Michelle's still here.
Oh, Michelle's there.
So,
great, thank you.
Not all press are the same.
My apologies, I couldn't see from this angle. But this is really it lines with Somerset's vision, and we just need to shout a bit more about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ros. Did you want to come back on those points now, and then I'll go to Fedden, and then I want to chip in.
Okay, thank you very much. The thing about being an advocate for the population's health is not accepting that things are too difficult. So I take the challenge. I think I heard a couple of volunteers because I absolutely accept what you say. We have got an enormous amount of work to do, and the case studies that were articulated in the report were just a very small sample of everything that's going on. But one of the detailed recommendations is I've talked to the chair currently of the Somerset Sports and Activity Partnership, Jane, and she's been running that activity partnership for a really long time, very successfully, one of the most successful ones in the country, and I'm not just saying that. But it's been very opportunistic. It tends to go where there's a bit of money or where there's a bit of will or a key partner. And what I talked to her about, anticipating that you would accept this report, is that we relaunch that partnership and we make it a very systematic membership so that we have a working group that looks at active travel and we have a working group that looks at the education challenges. Forgive me, nearly swallowed my cough sweet. That was nearly a moment. And thank you. So I think we have got an awful lot more to do around lobbying Chris Boardman and the people at Active Travel England. We used to have a team member that worked really closely with them, but we don't have them anymore. But we absolutely recognise what you're saying. And I think, Ros, some of those statistics give me huge hope that actually if we join some of this up, we can not only reach our tourists, but reach our local population. And I think investing in things like bikeability, because it's really interesting hearing some of the language that we use. Rural roads aren't safe. They're the most dangerous. Actually, it's the distance travelled, it's kilometres travelled that makes is correlated with killed and seriously injured, not the type of road. So we actually, I think we often talk about commercial determinants of health, but the car industry is really, really smart at influencing subliminally our thinking so that cars are the only thing safe to go on a road. And so we've got to shift public attitudes about what rural roads are like and whether they're safe to use. I have children and they cycle to primary school on rural roads, and there was only one broken arm. And it wasn't hers. I think, thank you very much for your comments, and I think we will be in touch with your officers. Sam's already engaged in working with our team to see how we can connect all the tentacles up, but I think we definitely need education and we probably need some partners in adult social care as well to take this forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Federica?
My question, Alison, which is it's a really good report, is around the comms messaging that perhaps we can do as Somerset Council through like our social media feeds to promote activity. I know that we've got partners as well, but there are things like we do through the library service who do, I think you can do sit down on chair activities for people with limited mobilities, but also many different activities that you can do. Library service, the Octagon outreach programme that is doing like the dance for Parkinson's and other activities that are keeping people moving. So it would be good to see what the plans are about the promotion of those activities where we, I guess, in control of what we do.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to say except for I agree, really. I mean, the press release will go out following this meeting, launching the report and trying to give it some visibility. Hoping press are listening. But I think we have got a really strong offer as a council. There are lots of things we do in a whole range of community touch points. We've got the independent living centres in our libraries. We've got lots of resources in libraries about getting physically active as well as the actual activities themselves. So I think we aren't always good at publicising what a really strong offer we already have as a council beyond our leisure centres. And much wider into our communities. The health walks that are funded, there's hundreds of thousands of people going on health walks across Somerset on a daily, weekly basis. So maybe I will take an action to try and pull some of that together. If maybe some of Chris's officers could help, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you for an amazing report, and really love the messaging that's in there around the importance of physical activity. Just, you know, as some of you will know, I've had an interesting brush with my own health not long ago, and know that now I'm on that road to recovery. I need to include physical activity, and I'm very grateful for the NHS for giving me an advisor on that. You know, my ambition was to get back to cycling. So well, having lent my bike to a member of our refugee community, I got it back, and went for a short ride, and then found the front brakes were missing, which was quite alarming. So yeah, I'm not quite sure whether that was an attempt on my life or something. Anyway, but yeah, what's really important is being able to build that physical activity into daily routines. And you know, I've got been assigned physio exercise and so on to do to help with my recovery. I also just last night did a 3-hour course with the Somerset Cricket Foundation to renew my child protection safeguarding qualifications, so that I can work with young people to join in the game that I've grown up loving. For me, it's really important that we tune in with the voluntary sector as well as education with physical activity. We're seeing a huge amount being delivered through the voluntary sector in our sports clubs, whether it's football, cricket, netball, rounders, whatever. All of those activities, I'm seeing so much going on which needs to be celebrated, and making sure that we've got the physical resources in terms of the playing spaces and sports halls in being in place to be able to support that. So yeah, those are services which may not be mandatory in terms of legislation for the council to provide, but in terms of what we do to prevent significant health issues further down the line, those services are absolutely essential in terms of prevention. So what links are we facilitating with the voluntary sports sector to be able to help us promote this agenda more widely in the communities?
Yeah, thanks, Bill. So some of you will know that Sport England has put a lot of money into Somerset, and so in the coastal, so from Bridgewater up to Highbridge and Burnham, there's a really significant grant that's gone into that area. And actually myself, the Chief Executive of the NHS locally, and other senior leaders met with Sport England, and that is just up for review. And because Sport England could see that leadership within Somerset was so supportive of that grant, it's sort of gone through very quickly. That money is being used in that bit of Somerset to seed fund all sorts of voluntary partners to get different activities available in different communities. But that is just one example. Connected with Somerset Football Association, and they also attract huge amounts of resource into the council, just like, not into the council, sorry, into the county. Just like all the other sports bodies, they're very interested in grassroots sport that is largely run by volunteers, such as yourself. So I think there's that formal sports infrastructure, but then there's also the informal wraparound care for children. So I think the key is getting a broader representation in our sports and activity partnership, so that it's all connected, so that people are aware of funding opportunities, because there is actually a lot of money in this in this space because it's recognised nationally as a real priority area. So we need to put ourselves in a really strong position to attract those resources into our communities and enable them to be prioritised, not just to the most organised communities, but the most at need communities. And that's where that tackling inequalities is really important, because it tends to be, you find nice tennis courts and nice cricket pitches in certain communities, but not accessible to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's making sure that those clubs that are successful at applying for funds do understand their broader duties to the communities as well. It's, as you'll be maybe aware, extending the refugee community that we have in North Petherton, bringing them into the sports arena has helped both with integration with the community, but also with their health and their mental health as they re-establish lives in a new community. So yeah, just a really, really interesting, that those things all link together. It would be great to see that linkages across sport areas, rather so that they're not quite so siloed, because I do see the funding streams do come through specific sports, because they generally come through funding from media outlets, and if we can cross silos over, I think it would be to benefit. Okay, I've got Councillor Healy, I've got Councillor Criminal, Councillor Stanton, and Councillor Rodriguez. So it's we've got a cast of characters coming in. Councillor Healy, you were first.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm glad to hear that your health is getting better. But if I may offer a bit of advice, you may want to go to the bicycle change to get yourself some new brakes before we start.
I literally picked up my bike from Bicycle Chain yesterday morning after a service.
Yeah, and you'll notice I used a local business, not a national one as well, just to be fair. Anyway, if Absolutely. I may, through you, Chairman, I listened to the conversation with interest. Just to let you know, I had a long conversation with Alison Bell regarding this matter, because it's okay talking about how we're going to go forward as a council, how we're trying to promote physical exercise, stuff we're doing, in the future to get people more healthy, both mentally, and maybe I should declare an interest. As you know, my wife does mental health in Dorset Healthcare, but put that to one side. And we agreed that the message needs to be updated, how we actually approach this subject, because it's all right. We're saying this is good for people, this, that, and the other, but it's like everything else in life, Chairman, isn't it? People aren't listening. What makes them want to listen? What makes them want to be part of a healthy lifestyle? And I won't bore you with Alison and my conversation for over an hour, but if your colleague that's doing this presentation would like to go and see Alison about it, she'll look at a totally different way of presenting it to the general public. So my question is to everybody in the room, if you like, is how do we go forward? How do we get the message across? I think Alison and I have come up with a solution. I won't bore you with it now, but do you agree with that or not? Thank you, Chairman.
Alison's looking at me slightly perplexed.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Healy. It was actually Alison that was presenting the report. Maybe I sound different. But I think what we discussed on Friday was absolutely the challenges to help people accept that that message is relevant to them. And we see that a lot with all sorts of healthy messages. And I read something about smoking recently, and apparently if your health professional doesn't mention that smoking's bad for you, when you go, you think, oh, well, it's probably okay then. So we have to constantly make sure that every time we interact with the population, we use those opportunities to reinforce positive messages around health and well-being. So I haven't quite figured out how to do that for physical activity. When you go to the library, if the librarian says, did you walk here? Did you know you could walk here? Or we've got cycle parking. Did you know we've got cycle parking? So I think if people have got ideas as to how we can embed physical activity messages potentially to our workforce, because actually it's in our interest to keep our 4,700 workers really healthy. And if we are currently doing a behavioural science intervention with our employees about trying to get our workforce more physically active. So I think if anyone's got ideas as to how to ensure the messages actually are adopted by people, I'd welcome those.
Okay, thank you very much. I've added Tom Power to my list, but can I just ask that we keep comments slightly brief for now, because I want to get everybody in. Lucy.
Thank you, Chairman. So obviously I was at Adults and Health the other day, and I am going to pick up some of those comments because I really think that they're relevant. So I welcome this report. I think it's a really good idea. I do worry about the practicality of it. I worry about the fact that I brought all of my 3 children up to go to football, swimming, hockey. I tried to get them to be really active, and they were, and then they grew up and they've got jobs, and now they don't have time to complete that activity. Obviously, living in rural areas does cause problems, because if you're finishing work at 5 or 6 o'clock, you're not going to go on a cycle ride. And so I think those things are difficult. We are getting more and more gyms and things available in local areas, but they're still not everywhere, and it does make things difficult. So that would be my first question about how we keep people active. My second one is the fact that I mentioned before, we're losing an AstroTurf potentially in Bruton that's used by all kinds of clubs, children's and adults clubs. It will be sold, and it will be, if we can't buy it as a community asset, then it will be sold for housing. And we do it in one direction, where we prevent fast food chains opening up near schools. I wonder whether we should be looking at, in other directions, land that's used for activity, for sports, also being ring fenced, or having a sort of a closer supervision, so that the enticement of building houses doesn't actually restrict access for young people, because in Bruton there's nowhere else, you know, that you can go if you don't have a car. So those are my points, I suppose, more than questions.
Thank you, Lucy. And Mike.
Thank you, Bill. A couple of things. I wanted to pick up on the sports thing. Let's not forget water sports. In Langport, you can canoe and paddleboard and row. So just as important. You don't need to be flooded to do that. I should just declare an interest, because I turned 80 in January, so I kind of got more interested in all of this. I wanted to pick up on the physical activity must be embedded in our lives, which Alison mentioned and you mentioned, Bill, in relation to cycling. I mean, there are lots of things people can do. Lucy said people don't have time, but you can just use time in your daily round. You know, for instance, don't park in the car park nearest to where you're going to. Park in the one furthest away. Walk to the local shops if you've got them 3 times a week, rather than going to the supermarket once a week or once a month. Dance. There was a lovely piece on Points West a couple of days ago of old people in an old people's home with headphones on, silent disco. It's really good for dementia, so it's a mental health thing as well as a physical thing. And anybody, when they're watching the television or listening to the radio, can get up and dance. My wife thinks it's a bit odd when I do, but there you are. One can. And then lastly, I wanted to, I'm grateful to Councillor Wilkins' partner, Kate, who he mentioned, who knows about this stuff. I asked her once, what would your single most important piece of advice be to older people about staying fit? And she said, don't live in a bungalow. And it's absolutely right. I now, so I would ban people from using downstairs toilets if they've got a staircase, for instance. You know, use the stairs all the time. I mean, my phone tells me I go up and downstairs 15 times a day, and that's good exercise. So, so if I had a question, it would be, how on earth do we get the planning arrangements done so that we build fewer bungalows? I mean, they're inefficient use of land as well, compared with 2 or 3 story houses. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. We'll go on to Diego.
Thank you, Chair. Alison will be pleased to know that I do 3 hours of cardio at Blackbrook Leisure Centre every week, because I think that passes the test. But on leisure centres is what I do want to talk about, because we have got leisure centres that we support dotted across the county, and it's not been mentioned, I don't think, enough yet. From my experience, well, you've got here about building from the beginning, ensuring young people have positive early experiences of physical activity. When I go to the leisure centre, these young kids are running in, ready to go swimming. You know, they're over the room, really excited. And whilst it's fun to walk, it's more fun to be able to go swimming and use those leisure centres that we have. So I'm just really interested how practically we achieve some of the things you have set out, and whether we are able to use some of the things we support, such as our leisure centres, in a better way to try and get those outcomes. You talk about deprived areas, trying to get young people from deprived areas as well to be more active. I would love to see, I'm sure we all would in our areas, but particularly young people from Hamp and Sydenham having more access to those leisure centres in and around the county. So what specific actions can services take? Are we going to have the opportunity maybe in 6 months' time to ask that question of what has each service been able to do and able to achieve this, and maybe just putting it out there, working with city, town and parish councils as well as LCNs, perhaps there's opportunity there to build that. And just finally, on deprived areas, is it possible to have kind of benchmarking maybe to know, you know, how many young people use our leisure centres, just one example, and if they come from deprived backgrounds, so that in a year's time we can measure that and see if what we've done has been able to increase the level of use.
Thank you. And Tom.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got to declare an interest because obviously I work in a leisure centre, so I'm a duty manager and a lifeguard. So I see full well what actually goes on within leisure centres, the groups that we have come in. For example, we've got a Parkinson group that we have. We've got swim clubs, which I'm actually the chairman of, so I declare an interest on that. But I would like to just reach out to Alison and just invite her to one of our public health walks that we do in Wincanton, and maybe come to the centre and see what we do. Because we're in such a rural area of Wincanton, you know, we're on the border of Dorset and Wiltshire. So we've got a very wide net of people that do come to our centres. So it'd be good to see if Alison would like to come and have a little visit. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for keeping all those comments brief. I'm sorry that you've got a whole series to answer now, Alison.
Okay, if I miss anything, tell me, please. So in terms of Lucy's questions, in terms of time, I think that's our challenge. We have to make it seem possible for everyone. If you're a member of the public health team, we have a cycling club after work on Tuesday, and we used to run at lunchtime on a Wednesday. You have to model the behaviours you want to see. So we as an employer have to try and model what we expect our workforce to do and make it people realise it's possible. In terms of your AstroTurf, I think I share your concern. Sport England used to be a statutory consultee on sports facilities that were going to be sold for planning, and they are no longer. So as local elected members, we really need to keep our eyes, ears and open and do the job that maybe Sport England might have done in the past, because they would have advocated for it and they don't anymore. In terms of Mike saying about water sports, we do have a whole range of sports and activities available, and so I will share the slides after this meeting, and there's a whole list of resources about where you can go to find out about activities. But yeah, any activity is good. I'm not sure I have the powers to ban planning applications for bungalows, but I might defer to colleagues. But the point is well made that actually the chairs that you can buy that help you stand up are wonderful if you need them, but if you don't need them, it means you no longer use your leg muscles. And I've talked to Mel Locke, our DAS, about that, and saying actually it's fine to have independent living aids, but actually only use them when you need them. Before then, use your muscles, please, to get out of chairs, because if you don't, you will lose them. Diego, in terms of leisure centres, I think leisure centres are part of the offer, aren't they? There's a whole patchwork of activities, and again, on the slides I'll share, there's a whole range of resources, and I think we need to join up that offer. And I think the holiday club offer that Children's Services run actually does have that targeted offer. There are lots of swimming opportunities, walking activities, and activities for children that are targeted to I think I'm right in saying pupil premium children. So there are already those targeted offers available in our communities. But absolutely, LCNs and parish councils can train volunteers to be walk leaders and ensure they have an offer locally. I'm not sure I'd sign up to the benchmark data because I think you only count what we capture, and there's a lot going on. I'd prefer to put our limited resources into trying to get more people active rather than trying to chase the data at this point in time. There are some national surveys that are done that I can share the links to around participation in sport, but it's probably beyond our remit or our resource to do that standalone. And to end, Tom, I'd be happy to come on a Wincanton walk. So I've done some of the Taunton and the Quantock ones, but I'm happy to come to Wincanton and do the walks. Those health walks are really, really vital, and they don't just help improve physical health. They're tackling loneliness, they're getting people out of the house and connected to the neighbours, and there's multiple benefits to that. So thank you for your volunteering.
Thank you so much. We're now 20 minutes over this agenda item. We've still got your report back on smoking, and I've just seen Helen Case put her hand up. Helen, if you're able to, if you've got a brief point,
yes,
it would be welcome.
I'll be very, very quick.
if I could be subtle.
Okay. Leisure Centre, thank you. I can't remember who raised that. I go and use that regularly for swimming. I used to do Zumba Gold and they cancelled it and they said there weren't sufficient numbers. It seems to be working on a, cost benefit. I'm not quite sure how they work that out, but there are now no activities at all for older people over sort of 60s at my health centre, apart from Aquafit and a disability swimming over 50 swimming session. So I just wonder if that could be looked at, please, so that our leisure centres actually do have activities for older people. There used to be a healthy backs class I also went to, that's no longer running. Good news on the local plan. I helped facilitate a meeting between somebody who runs something, I think it's called Make Space for Girls, and she is quite keen to, and we spoke to a planning policy officer to make sure that when they do the sports provision review, it tends to a lot of the time be things for boys around football pitches, that sort of thing, that we actually start to make space for girls to encourage them to do physical activity also. So that's positive. And lastly, just on bungalows, in nearly 7 years being on planning committee, we have okayed only 7 bungalows in the Old Mendip area. So I don't think there are a surplus of bungalows. I think they're in high demand and there are still some people that need them, but that's an entirely separate point. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Helen. Anything you wanted to respond to there, particularly Alison?
I'll just look at the activities for older people and get back to Helen.
Thank you very much.
And smoking?
Okay, to be quick, there is a slide, but I'll just read through. So last year's annual report was on smoking, and I just wanted to let you know that those reports don't go and sit on the shelf. They are a catalyst for action, and a couple of things to highlight. So we've been contributing, the council have been contributing financially to regional trading standards work to try and tackle the sale of illegal tobacco and vapes. And you see quite a lot of that activity on the news, so Somerset is contributing to that. We have focused on trying to reach our stop smoking offer to routine and manual workers, and we've partnered with the Chamber of Commerce, and we have 3 big partners, 3 big employers that are now running their own stop smoking groups within the workplace. So it removes that barrier of attending a session outside work. We have partnered with mental health services and some targeted health services to make sure they have appropriate smoking cessation support, and trained all hospital staff in making sure they're confident about supporting people to stop smoking. Our schools resources for being smoke and vape free have recently been showcased as best practice in the region. So that is Somerset leading really that agenda in the southwest. And we have had real success. I don't know if any of you've seen them, the videos of people that have quit smoking with Somerset Council's Stop Smoking Service support and how it's changed their lives. And some of those have been viewed 400,000 times. That's people that, you know, it's fine for me to talk about stop smoking, but I've never smoked. Actually listening to someone who's had their leg amputated because of their smoking and stop smoking is really powerful for our population and helps them engage and stop smoking. So I really think it's a way to reach people. And I think the last thing I want to say is that we've seen over the last year a really significant increase in the number of people we've supported to achieve their 4-week quit. So we supported almost 1,500 smokers to achieve that target in 2025, and we have the highest quit rates in the Southwest. So again, a win for Somerset. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And going over to our monitoring officer for a little bit of advice.
Thank you, Chair. Just to help members navigate the recommendations that are here, I believe that the most appropriate way to deal with it today would be simply to seek your endorsement for the recommendations set out in the report, and effectively that would mean the executive supporting the work across the council as a result. But noting that the nature of the report itself, but it's far simpler simply to seek your endorsement of the recommendations and the report itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So the recommendation is to endorse the recommendations in the Director of Public Health's annual report, get Somerset moving, and that's it. Is that right? And publish the report. Yeah. Okay. Proposed by Councillor Graham Oakes, seconded by Councillor Heather Shearer. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. That is clearly carried. My understanding is now is lunchtime. We were due to be back at 1:30. So if we say 1:45, I'm aware that we've lost an agenda item, so that should be able to bring us back on time for a 4 o'clock finish. So back here at 1:45. Thank you very much, everybody. Session of Somerset Council Executive. We've reached agenda item 9, and which is Somerset Local Transport Delivery Plan, and like to call on Councillor Richard Wilkins to introduce and then hand over to Michael Dowd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. To be clear, this is a delivery programme that we've worked very hard under very short notice to get put together. Was made slightly easier by the fact that the government is moving in our direction, but we had to put this together very quickly, and it will be submitted to government for approval of our funding. So it's quite important that we look at this quite strongly, as our funding is reliant on it. So I'll pass over to Michael Dowd-Jones just to go through the technical aspect of this.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Wilkins. So the report seeks endorsement of the Council's Local Transport Delivery Plan, which is due for submission to the Department for Transport by the 20th of March. I've got my colleagues Joe Patterson and John Perrott online if people do need to go into any of the technical detail, but we'll see where we get to. The paper sets out new national requirements from government. The key changes to draw your attention to are that there's a move to multi-year funding settlements, which does provide greater funding certainty, and the Council's overall settlement within this for highways and transport is just over 282 million over the 4-year period, of which 266 is capital and 17 is revenue. Those are slightly rounded figures. It consolidates a number of existing funding streams into 2 main funding pots, and there's a much stronger focus now on outcomes, which will be held to account for delivery on, and also a much greater emphasis on matters such as accessibility, particularly for people with mobility difficulties and other access requirements, and also on how we manage and maintain our assets. So the publication of this plan is a requirement to release the funding. So we do need to get it in by the 20th of March in order to receive that funding. The initial plan is shown in Appendix A, and that shows how we're proposing to allocate the available funding to the various programmes. So we've kept it at a relatively high level at this stage, whilst it's further developed, because we as Councillor Wilkins said, we only really heard about this in detail at the beginning of January, so have not had much time to prepare it. So we're keeping it fairly high level, but really giving a strong direction, I guess, on the types of programmes that we'll be running and some of the key aspects of those. We will be required to prepare a more detailed submission for September, which goes into more detail for the subsequent financial years. So a point to note is that this introduces additional funding into the capital programme. You will be aware that the capital programme for the council was approved very recently, last week, but this brings in additional funding on top of what was approved last week, so we will need to adjust the capital programme as published in due course as this additional finance comes in. Particularly worth noting is there's a significant uplift in highway maintenance funding compared to the figures that we had at the time we put together the capital programme. So the programme has been developed using existing agreed strategies. We've got a number of strategies and plans: the Highways Asset Management Plan, the Local Transport Plan that you have been considering over the last year or so, Bus Service Improvement Plan, local walking and cycling infrastructure plans, and our EV strategy, and we've got an emerging road safety strategy as well. So we've used those documents to pull together the plan before you. We have not consulted on this plan in this form because we haven't had time to do that, but we have had a number of engagement processes running which have informed it. So particularly worth noting is the Bus Advisory Board and the Bus User and Stakeholder Group, which has had an input and a good look at the bus service elements of this. And also we have used our engagement with local community networks, particularly the Cross LCN Active Travel Steering Group, which has been used to inform the thinking on the active travel elements, although there is more to do on that, as I'll cover in a minute. The plan is updated annually, so it can be adjusted to reflect changing circumstances, so it's not something that's cast in stone, so it can be developed in more detail as it emerges, and government won't approve this plan. They want to know what we're doing and what we're spending the money on, but there's no process where they're going to come back and either approve it or not. It's literally it's our view of life in terms of what we want to spend the funding on. If government feels we're not spending money appropriately, then they do have the opportunity to withdraw funds if they feel we're not doing what they expect us to do. So there is a caveat there. And whilst there is intended to be more flexibility, I think there is some key messages from government that they're clear they expect the funding allocated for maintenance to be spent on maintenance, and the money allocated for buses to be spent on buses, etc. So there is flexibility, but I think it's probably fairly limited in terms of the broad pots. I've got a clarification to make just before there's a couple of points I wanted to make. One is a clarification, and the next is around the scrutiny committee consideration of this item. So firstly, clarification on page 156, the document notes that the Bus Services Fund will provide continued support for 15 bus services. And now those bus services are those to be supported specifically by the Bus Services Fund element, which is the figure of 6.9 million in that table. But it's worth noting the council does support a much wider set of services than just those 15 through our general fund and through the £18.4 million figure that's also in that table. So just to be clear, the council is funding a lot more than 15 bus services. It's just that the way it's written, it comes across as that's all we're funding. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And then moving on to the scrutiny committee. So Climate in Place Scrutiny Committee considered this matter on the 5th of March. I think at the time the report was written, we weren't anticipating being able to have a scrutiny consideration of the matter, but this executive board moved, so we were able to slot in the scrutiny consideration, which was helpful. So the scrutiny committee supported the overall direction of the plan, but had a few key messages. They were disappointed with the continued reliance on fixed bus routes, strongly favouring demand responsive transport as a future direction, particularly for rural areas, alongside better rural bus infrastructure. We did note that schools and colleges are major drivers of the demand influencing those fixed routes. So it's not a system that we can change very rapidly, but nonetheless, the committee was keen to further explore what more we can do to expand demand responsive transport. The other key point was around engagement on active travel. So the scrutiny committee felt that engagement has not always been as effective as it could be on active travel. Local groups could be more involved in shaping proposals. And so I think we all agreed more can be done on that. So I will take away the action to further develop the work we're doing on active travel engagement as we develop this plan. We are using the local community networks, but I think it's correct to say that there is more that could be done. For instance, when you compare what we're doing on active travel to buses, where we've got a very well-established system. So that was all I wanted to do by way of an introduction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Mike. My first question. So we got notice on the 19th of December, and we had to hand in our homework by the 20th of March. It sounds like it wasn't a straightforward piece of work. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. So I think it has been a limited time to pull this together. So that is why we have chosen to keep it as high level as possible. But I think it does give a strong sense of where we're going with this.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting context. And let's use the phrase. I think this shows us working at pace, does it not? Anyway, Richard, do you want to come in again?
Yeah, and it really does show that the work that the officers have put in, but it also shows the work that we've done for now, and we've able to feed that in as much as possible, so we can get this across the line. Yeah, just to say that, and engagement always carries on, especially with the bus partnership and other aspects. So although this is not particularly been engaged with, most of the aspects of it have been engaged.
Yeah, I think that it draws on a lot of work that we've been previously doing. I think that's really important that we can do that. Just looking around for other responses from lead members and associates. First of all, Ros.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to see that we've got a settlement beyond 1 year to allow for real planning and thinking things forward. The one thing I just wanted to clarify and just make as clear as possible, because it is about managing expectations as much as anything else, but there's very, very limited ability to use the active travel money for rural environments. As we all know, 49% of the population of Somerset live in rural environments. Connectivity is increasingly important as our bus service is reduced, and we wish to help with public health issues as well as improving the environment. And so it is really disappointing, and we know that we continue to lobby, but it is important that while we have got this allocation of money, it is only with very, very measured ways that the highways team can really spend on active travel outside the very distinct urban areas. And I think we just need to reiterate that message again and again. Most of the money being spent so far on active travel has been money which was ring fenced coming across from the former Mendip District Council. Going forward, there is almost no money available to do any real active travel in rural areas. and we're going to have to be as creative as possible going forward through 106 agreements and whatever.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a good point, and we have so on page 155 in the table which is part of Appendix A, we've set out how we have recommended that we're allocating the capital funding across the various active travel work streams. So there is a rural and community element to that. You'll see there 1.3 million contribution out of the overall contribution, but I think it's fair to say there is a larger contribution that's being made into urban areas, and that reflects the current government's views on priorities. So I think we've got a bit of a balancing act to make sure that we do what we need to do to keep to receive the funding, but also continue to work with communities to help them deliver schemes where they can in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from lead members or associates? Liz?
I'm sure the monitoring officer and 151 officer will pick this up just about the recommendation C, because capital programme has to go to full council for approval. So I think we'll need a drafting change on recommendation C, please.
Leader, just checking through you. If there's no net increase in the capital programme, then executive can approve this today, but executive would need to approve a change to the capital programme. If there is a net increase, then it has to go to full council. So I'm just checking with Mike on.
Yes. It does. It introduces capital grants that we haven't currently reflected in the capital programme. So the overall level of incoming grant is higher than is in the current capital programme. But yeah, the spend will be higher, yeah, because obviously we'll be delivering those schemes. Yeah.
Okay, good. So, Alan, would you like to advise?
Thank you, Chair. I think the simplest way to deal with it is to change recommendation C to approve the capital programme, and that will be updated to reflect rather than note. That way you've dealt with the issue. But I would agree completely with Clive and with Mike's view, which is there's no net overall impact because it's simply grant monies that you're allocating into the additional programme.
Okay, so we changed that one word. We've got that covered. Good. Not seeing anybody else. Ros, can you just put your microphone off, please? Ros. Okay. And I've got two other members who've indicated, Claire and Bob. Any others? Claire first.
Thank you, Chair. Somerset is at a crossroads and a new transport delivery plan is being finalised that will shape how people travel across our county for the next few years. For too long, rural communities have been left behind by a bus system designed around profit rather than people, and that must change. And the Glastonbury train link is exactly the kind of bold community-led solution that should sit at the heart of this plan. Accessibility and listening to users is a key part of the government's strategy, and Somerset Council has shown that it does listen and uses their influence on bus companies to think bus user first positively. So my two questions is first around Trainlink, and it might be a question for John or Richard. Can we have any specifics about Glastonbury Trainlink? And they submitted a proposal as requested. So what will the frequency be? How will it be promoted? And two, how can Somerset Council marry the government's requirements with bus companies who make changes to timetables without robust user engagement and impact studies? Because part of the government strategy is that you have to, in order to keep your funding, you're going to have to meet the government's being accessible and being there for users. But if bus companies are not necessarily consulting and making changes, and are making changes without robust impact studies, how will Somerset Council navigate that issue? Thank you.
Okay, Richard, are you going to pick that one up?
I'll jump in first of all and say in regard to the Glastonbury train link, I've answered a public question earlier today, but to put more emphasis on this. I've very much tried to prioritise the link-ups between various forms of travel, including bus and train travel, and that's not just with the Castle Kerry and Glastonbury links, but across the county. But my response still holds that that we appreciate the work that Glastonbury Train Link have done, and we are very much looking at the best way of delivering these link ups to all our stations, and other link ups. We're very much concentrating on building, for instance, rural transport hubs, where again we link up not just buses to trains, but to walking, cycling, and even river transport, for that matter. So it is very much part of our forward plan is to look in those areas, but we don't have specifics at this point because we're working on what is best for everybody at this point. So we haven't got to that. We haven't come to that conclusion yet, but I can promise you that we are working hard to get to that point, and as soon as we've got details, we will let everybody know. I've just tried to remember your second question, which was,
how are you going to marry the government's requirements on accessibility and making sure that from start to finish that it is about bus users first, when you get bus companies making changes to timetables without doing robust impact assessments? So they're just making changes and when it doesn't suit bus users. But you can't, Somerset Council, we can't let that happen, or we lose funding.
As you know, bus companies don't directly work for Somerset Council. They are private companies, but we influence them in the same way that members of the Somerset Bus Partnership have been really successful in doing. And at times, bus companies do make decisions for commercial reasons, but we do have impact on that. And I'm sure Rosa and Barry can think of many times that where bus companies have decided to make changes, and they've come to both us at Somerset Council and directly to the bus companies and pointed out problems with the changes that perhaps have been suggested, and made a difference. The 174, an example, that there was a lot of work done to change things. We will never have a perfect bus service in Somerset, I don't believe, at the moment. I'd love that to be the case, but we work very strongly with our partners to get the best possible bus service. And we are making improvements. We are running evening buses now, and we're supporting suggestions from the bus partnership wherever and whenever we can.
Okay, thank you. And Mike, you're going to tell us we are going to have a perfect bus service very soon, aren't you?
I wouldn't dream of saying that, Chair. No, I think, and just to underpin what Councillor Wilkins is saying in terms of the process that we've got, so we have an enhanced partnership with the bus operators and the bus advisory board. Through that, we have set specific times when the bus operators bring timetable changes to us, and that's a consultative group. So we do use that process to get some engagement. I think if there are anything's emerging from the new accessibility requirements that means we have to further enhance that process, we will talk about that with the bus operators and work it through the bus partnership. So that would be the route to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. And Bob.
Thank you, Leader. It was just First of all, just to thank the team, obviously, for bringing this together so quickly and to help secure the funding that it does, and the extra funding that's coming down the track. A couple of questions, if I could ask, is one, just a reassurance that are we happy that we've got the capacity to be able to deal with that extra funding and use it in where it's needed and as quickly as it's needed. We obviously heard again earlier this morning about how public health is benefited by active travel, and particularly echo the views of Councillor Wilkins earlier of the importance of that in rural areas. And again, I'm just looking for that reassurance that we are broadening that active travel out to the rural areas, because as has been said earlier, so far it has very much been centred on the more urban areas, and I know there are limitations, but if we can push as much as we can, those links, we're constantly telling the public they need to get out of their cars for good environmental reasons, for good health reasons, but if we haven't given them the alternatives, they can't do it. So very much support what's being said here, but can that reassurance as to how we're taking that forward. And again, slightly on a more practical basis, within the capital figures, there's a figure I think that's shown of about £1 million for public rights of way on page 155. And again, I'm just looking for that reassurance as to how do we spend that level of capital, which is something we haven't had for a while, and do we have the resources there to actually make that get on the ground and hit it running?
The short answer to capacity is we would love to have more capacity. That's absolutely clear. The team works really hard at getting this money spent when we can, and I've got no doubt that they will step up to the mark this time round as well. We've worked very hard at putting capacity in where it's needed, and having that flexibility across our workforce is so important, as you identified. Just trying to remember your other question. Your question on active travel. I really recommend you have a very long conversation with Councillor Wyke, who will be more than happy to get you up to speed on that. And you've already heard how we're bringing our health colleagues into the conversation that we need to have with government. We need to have with active travelling. For all the reasons you say. And I just want to say we said a lot about rural active travel, but actually rural active travel includes things like the Taunton to Wellington cycle route that is much championed, because it goes on a rural route rather than being in an urban place, but it brings two massive urban areas together, and impacts both the urban and the rural villages around it. So, just because we talk about rural active travel so strongly, it does have an impact in urban areas.
And Bob's third question was about rights of way and the £1 million for that. And how are you going to spend it all in North Petherton?
Yeah. Yes. I won't say anything about Sedgemoor area and where we're spending. No. Again, I refer back to my earlier comments about having that flexibility to move our workforce into areas where we need to spend the money. Yes, our rights of way team is a lot smaller. It is minute, and it's not going to be easy for them. I have no doubt that will be probably our most challenging area.
Okay, Ros, you want to come back in?
Yes, just a reminder to everyone that 49% of our population live in rural areas, and of all our towns, only 10 of them, according to the Office of Statistics, are urban towns. The rest of our towns are relatively small. And so having this limitation in terms of external funding is really quite significant. And we should never miss the opportunity to highlight it. Thank you.
Point very well made, and we've spoken about rurality and remoteness quite a lot recently, and trying to bang that drum along with other councils. Not seeing anybody else wanting to speak on this. Nobody online? No. So we move to, oh, Alan, you were so close.
My sincere apologies, Chair. So just for absolute clarity for members in relation to recommendation C, given the comment that was made by Councillor Liz Lashon in relation to the relationship with council, what I suggest the easiest way and most transparent way to address this is the amendment is then amended to endorses. So the recommendation is amended to endorses that the capital programme will be updated to reflect the additional capital funding received and corresponding expenditure budget as detailed in the financial implications, and recommend the updated capital programme to full council.
Okay, so our recommendations are to acknowledge the new duties placed upon the Local Transport and Highways Authority to form future works programmes, endorse the draft Somerset Local Transport Delivery Plan Appendix A for submission to the Department for Transport, and endorse the capital programme, which will be updated to reflect the additional capital funding received and corresponding expenditure budget as detailed in the financial implications, and recommended the updated capital programme to full council. Proposed Councillor Wilkins, seconded by Councillor Liz Lashon. All those in favour? All those against? That is clearly carried. Thank you, Mike. And can you pass your thanks on to the team for working at pace on this at the same time as keeping our roads as smooth as you can within this interesting weather context. And we do appreciate the demands on the service have been extremely high over the last couple of months.
Thank you. I will pass that back to the teams.
Which brings us on to agenda item 10, which is Housing Landlord Services Options Appraisal, and Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts to introduce the item. Fred.
Thank you, Chair. If you just give me a moment, I've got Peter and Ben from Homes in Somerset and Julian from Savills just also coming here for support alongside Chris. Oh. So today we're considering probably one of the most significant decisions for our housing services since Somerset Council was formed, probably since I've been a councillor of over a decade. At its heart, this proposal is very simple: to bring all council housing management under one high-performing specialist organisation, Homes in Somerset, so that every tenant, wherever they live across Somerset, in our homes, receives the same high standard of service. We began this options appraisal in May 2025 with a clear objective to look honestly at how landlord services are delivered across Somerset and to determine which models give tenants the strongest, safest and most sustainable future. The answer, following extensive independent work by Savills, Julian's here, and meaningful engagement with hundreds of tenants, our leaseholders, staff and stakeholders, is now very clear. The ALMO model performs better, costs less and delivers higher tenant satisfaction, and importantly, it already belongs to us. Homes in Somerset is 100% owned by Somerset Council. What does this mean for our tenants? Tenants keep all their existing rights. There is no change to property ownership, no changes to tenancy agreements and no impact on the rights to buy. I also know, being a board member of Homes in Somerset, but not voting, is that this isn't about a takeover, is that as we move forward, this is about taking the best of both models and seeing even greater improvement for our tenants. There is a lot that both teams can learn from each other. Improvements for our tenants can include a consistent, high-quality service across Somerset, strengthened tenant voice through a new combined engagement model, a more responsive service with greater agility, to continue our 24/7 customer access, but just with one number, and sometimes not getting confused whether you're phoning Somerset Council about your housing and going into the great big organisation that we are here at the council. And it will continue to give our tenants strong regulatory oversight and clear accountability. From a financial perspective, we do think that there are benefits that can be gained. A unified service removes duplication and creates significant efficiencies. We still have modelling to do, but there is the potential that that could be several millions of pounds in annual savings, all which we can reinvest back into the HRA to support homes, safety, and my key thing that I love to drum on about, future development of more council housing stock. It's a safe and legal and well-prepared transition, and Chris is going to talk a lot more than I will, but the proposed transfer date of the 1st of September 2026 ensures that the process is safe, that we have time to plan, that it's compliant, and that for our staff, it includes full two-pay consultation, and we can do further system integration. For me, this is a decision that we have to take in order so that we remove that duplication, that we have one model not to confuse our tenants, and that we actually look to make greater financial efficiencies. Then, therefore, we can support our tenants by either looking after their homes even more than we do today, but also build more homes. I'll pass to Chris.
Thanks. Thank you, Federica. So, good afternoon, everybody. So for the benefit of anybody who's joining online, I'm Chris Hall. I'm the Executive Director for Community, Place and Economy, and we're joined by a few colleagues in the room. So we have Peter Hatch as the Chief Executive of Homes in Somerset, Ben Lane, who's the Finance Director, again at Homes in Somerset, and Julian Payne, who's here representing Savills, who've undertaken the independent assessments. So today for us, it marks a significant step in the formal governance process and an exciting opportunity to bring the landlord models together, achieving service benefits to tenants and financial efficiencies to the housing revenue account. So the housing revenue account, referred to as the HRA throughout the papers, is a ring-fenced fund. It's predominantly made up from tenant rents, and all financial benefits from these proposals are retained within the HRA to support the business plan and the potential for future housing growth. Tenant money stays to benefit tenants. It cannot be diverted into other council priorities or pressures, regardless of the scale of those pressures that may exist elsewhere in the council. The exploration of a single landlord model commenced formally in May 25, but has been an ambition of Somerset Council since vesting day and even prior to that. As part of the launch, we held all member briefings, and many of you will have attended those to be informed of the process. We also held briefings with the workforce throughout the process, that is with Homes in Somerset's workforce, as well as the in-house workforce. We were clear in those briefings that this was never a rescue mission of either model. Instead, we have two services delivering well, and therefore an opportunity to pool knowledge, skills, and create a consistently high standard of service delivery for our housing tenants. We are seeking the best of the best. We reminded members and tenants through the consultation process that whatever the outcome, Somerset Council would continue to own the housing stock and that tenancies would continue to be secure. We also confirmed that there would be no change to rent or service charges associated with this appraisal or the decision. If the paper is supported today, it would allow Somerset Council to deliver on the recommendations made by Savills, who were commissioned to undertake an independent review of the two services. From their appended reports, you can see that they took an evidence-led approach in supporting their engagement with tenants and stakeholders. Their recommendations are clear that the council could deliver a better level of service at a lower cost by consolidating all activities into our wholly owned company, Homes in Somerset. If members do choose to support the approach today, there will be two consultation processes to complete prior to the go-live date proposed as the 1st of September. The first of those is the final stage of tenant consultation. This is a statutory requirement under Section 105 of the Housing Act, and that leads to an ultimate and final decision. The second of those is employee consultation on 2P transfer. So 2P transfer is the transfer of undertakings and protection of employment regulations. And in very simple terms, it means if you move the service provision, the employees that deliver that service are protected in order to move with that service. So the work moves and the people that deliver it move with it also. It's proposed, therefore, that the employees from the in-house service would transfer to Homes in Somerset. Those transfers will be conducted after employee consultation. So we've engaged with employees, but we don't hold formal consultation with them until we have a decision. And they would move with those employee protections intact. This means that key terms and conditions of employment are protected and transfer with those employees. Now, Homes in Somerset utilise a number of contractors for the delivery of their services rather than a directly employed workforce. Therefore, trades employees and schedulers would, subject to the formal consultation process, transfer to the Homes in Somerset contractor, which is referred to as MD Group. And they continue to deliver services to our tenants. This retains consistency for our tenants and ensures the knowledge of the housing stock continues. It's a technical point, but it's an important one, and that is that the recommendations today relate to the use of our company Homes in Somerset. It is for the company, therefore, to make a decision on the best mechanism for them to deliver services. And based on their past performance, backed up by the evidence provided through Savills, their preference is to deliver that improved performance through a contracted route. Whilst this consolidation of resources never started out life as a financially driven business case, it was always about improvements for tenants. It's impossible to ignore the scale of the savings that can be created by this approach. In the first instance, the savings would pay back to the HRA reserves, where we are seeking some one-off money for transition, and then continue on in future years to reduce the operating costs, helping to bring greater stability to the HRA business plan over its 30-year life cycle, as well as increasing debt coverage to the recommended 125%. And to aid the HRA in managing its ever-increasing regulation and response to changing government approach to housing. Throughout this process, we have tried to avoid a sense of competition between the two organisations. Both workforce groups appear to have accepted that a combination in either direction was inevitable. They've also been working very closely together on a range of projects. So we have been managing some of our stock condition surveys collectively. We have a single policy work group managing that process, and more recently activity around fire risk assessments. You'll note in the report that none of the upfront costs are for redundancies, because there are none proposed at this stage. Should that become necessary, they would become part of a separate business case and require a separate approval and governance process. The report has been considered by community scrutiny and was unanimously supported by them. You'll see the comments from that meeting in paragraph 25. Transition planning is currently underway, and there is a significant amount of work. That's not to preempt the decision, but there is a lot of work to consider and to programme in anticipation of a go live, as we've talked about, as being the 1st of September. And securing your support in these proposals is a key to driving us forward to that go live date. Overall, the business case is a win-win for the council and tenants alike. In considering this report today and hopefully supporting the recommendations, you're not being asked to take an untried or untested model forwards. You are being asked to recognise that one of our models is better able to meet our needs more easily than the other. And in doing so, they have a higher level of proven performance. Tenants have proven they are more satisfied with that approach and that it actually costs less. It's a rare triple combination. I've seen the concerns raised by Unison this morning, and I'd like to clarify that whilst the selection of Homes in Somerset and their contractor is a matter for them, I, and perhaps more importantly, our legal team have been satisfied that the works were put to market through an open procurement exercise and that the contract is compliant and therefore demonstrates best value. That was one of the challenges raised this morning. The tenant and stakeholder consultation was for tenants of both models, and at no stage have we sought to hide or mislead anyone involved in that consultation process around the use of either an in-house trades team or a contracted service. Unison's approach this morning does appear to be focused on the trades workforce rather than the overall standard of service. Their ask of you this morning was to reject the clear evidence of performance and tenant satisfaction and the independent exercise undertaken by Savills. They ask you to ignore the meaningful consultation process we've been through that would satisfy the Housing Act and the Regulator of Social Housing, and instead they've asked you to take to not take the evidence-led decision today, and instead they promote the exact opposite proposal. Unison's concern for its members, our employees, is understandable, but assurances have already been provided in regards to 2P protections. The employees themselves have been engaged in the process throughout. There have been numerous employee briefings, both by myself and supported by HR, in terms of how the 2P process would work. There's a list of those engagement activities set out in paragraph 77 of the report. And of course, employees would be formally consulted on 2P transfer. That is a key step post-decision today, if that's where we end up. Concerns have been raised by employees in Unison around contractor performance. There are a small number of concerns that have been raised around the work undertaken on the housing stock by one of the contractors. For context, there are over 29,000 responsive repairs undertaken each year. I say this not to diminish the importance of the investigation and any action needed where a contractor is not performing, but to provide some perspective and assurance that investigations have taken place where complaints have been raised. And all of this is a normal part of managing works delivery, whether that's work delivery delivered by our in-house service or by a contractor. Both services rely upon a range of contractors to deliver services. Given the numerous briefings for you all as members and for the workforce and the various engagement activities and the fact that this has passed through scrutiny, I'm going to take a pause now and invite questions.
Thank you, Federica, and thank you, Chris. So we've heard from Unison this morning some concerns around the transparency of the process, around the reliability of MD Group and the benefits of having an in-house service. So I'll read their letter to us with interest. Can I just check the accuracy and completeness of some of the statements in their letter, please? So the MD Group was not mentioned during tenant communication or consultation, despite tenants being central stakeholders in housing services. Can I?
Yeah, so I'll beg your pardon. Yeah. So I might pass to Julian to make some confirmation, but remember this was about the model of service delivery, i.e. which of the two existing service models. So I'll pass to Julian to be clear on whether MD were specifically phrased, but we did speak to both tenant groups, both in-house and Homes in Somerset, but I'll pass to Julian.
Yeah, I do. I get the distinction. What I just want to understand is there was an inevitable consequence that was part of that decision-making process. And so there was an inevitable consequence that should have, I would be interested to understand if that was part of the consultation or whether that wasn't. So.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Julian Payne, a director in the Affordable Housing Consultancy at Savills. So in terms of the engagement phase that was undertaken, hopefully you will have seen from the reports that there was a wide number of engagement opportunities with staff and with tenants and elected members and the general public. That was used to ask questions about what matters most, what questions people had about the existing services. It sought to respond to a lot of inquiries to understand the difference between the two models. There was not a specific question about MD as a contractor as part of that. It was seeking to understand what was really important to each of those different stakeholder groups and what they might be looking for from a combined housing service.
Thank you. I think that also explains the staff were not informed bullet point that we've got second as well about the consultation. The third, yeah, do you want to comment on that?
Well, just in terms of the staff engagement piece, I'm not sure I completely understand the comment that's been made by Unison. But throughout the entire process from launch, we have talked about what might happen if the decision goes one way or another, and the consequence, if that's what we're going to call it, of the contractor use has been identified and noted throughout all engagement with workforce. It's naturally raised a lot of questions from the in-house service side, less so much from the Homes in Somerset side, but at no point have we avoided the discussion around the use of a contracted function. Staff have been aware throughout that engagement process.
The third bullet point, that's probably a question for more for Peter, is the rationale for selecting the MD group, which hasn't, the allegation is it hasn't been shared with unions, tenants or elected members. So presumably that's an existing arrangement with Homes in Somerset. And so that would have gone through the Homes in Somerset procedures, but not gone more broadly. So Peter, would you be able to comment on that?
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Chair. So it is a challenging decision to make for us, and we've given it a lot of time and consideration. We had a discussion amongst our executive team and our board as well ahead of the meeting here today. I think, and I'm talking on behalf of Homes in Somerset, we have a very successful outsourced service, a service that I think the Savills report confirms both offers better quality and cost efficiencies as well over the in-house service. So I think there is a tried and tested successful service there. We've been working with MD for almost 10 years now and have ironed out many of the traditional challenges you might have with an outsourced service. The service is uniquely embedded within our housing service as well. They share an office with us, and we think that we've probably got the best of both worlds with that model. And that was our rationale for proposing this move.
Thank you. Speaking to some Unison colleagues this morning, there was anecdotal suggestion of work not being of a sufficient quality. What would be your response to that?
Okay, I would just respond on behalf of our experience in Homes in Somerset. We conduct, or MD conduct on our behalf, approximately 15,000 repairs a year. There will always be some that perhaps aren't to the full quality that we want, and we address those very quickly. We have a very strong and robust approach to contract management. We have a specific contract manager on health and safety. We have a three-pronged approach, which is internal audits among our surveyors. They're out each and every week checking works, unattended and attended roles on there. We have an external health and safety consultant who also audits work. And also, perhaps most importantly, we rely on the contractor and insist on the contractor to audit their own work. All of this picture is reported back to monthly and quarterly contract meetings where health and safety is a standing item. And certainly we have had no cause for red card incidents for as far as I can remember since I've been with the organisation. So I think our contract, this is just on behalf of Homes in Somerset, our approach to contract management is extremely robust, and we are well versed in doing that because all of our works are outsourced.
I've heard this morning's suggestion of tenants not being prepared to let MD contractors into their homes because of prior poor performance. Do you have any experience of that with the Homes in Somerset stock?
I have no experience of that. I think if you look at the results in the Savills report, we have some of the best satisfaction results in the sector. We're in the mid to high 80s for several elements of our repair service. So no question at all on there. But as I say, that's on the Homes in Somerset side. That's what I have experience and knowledge of.
Councillor Rigby, you indicated.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you for covering all of those questions, some of which concerns I share. The history of this council and its predecessor authorities is not littered with examples of achieving service improvements through outsourcing. So I start from a fairly sceptical base, shall we say. I've not seen this stuff from Unison before. We've heard that there haven't been any red card events, but here it says there have been 3 served by Somerset Council. It may be that means Somerset County Council.
I believe that refers to the disparity is the Homes in Somerset stock and the Somerset Council stock, and so that stock inherited from Somerset West and Taunton. That's the distinction, I believe.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you, Leader. I'm also nervous about the fact that there's been no mention of MD Group in the consultations with the tenants, and Unison are saying that they weren't fully aware of that either. That does make me nervous about voting for this today. This information is new to me. As I say, I start from a point of view of concern. I think perhaps before I saw this, I was a bit more comfortable with it, but having seen this and not really having heard much that satisfies me in terms of the contact we've had with tenants, for example, and making them aware of that, I think that's new information, and I don't know how we proceed without having a proper consultation with tenants about the direction of travel as to who's going to be doing the work.
Yeah, so we have had a proper, compliant, meaningful consultation with tenants on both sides of the service delivery function. It is focused around tenant outcomes. It is focused around tenant satisfaction measures. MD are one of a number of contractors. Somerset Council use MD and a range of contractors. Homes in Somerset use MD and a range of contractors. So to suggest that we haven't disclosed that to tenants, I don't think is a true reflection of the process for consultation with tenants around the future model.
The one thing I would just observe, you do have a full report, which has come from the officers with the recommendations, which has been through the outlines consultation process that's been gone through. I appreciate we've got some information from the union today, but I would just reference a point Mr. Hall made earlier. The transfer is not about the transfer of our workforce on the trades to the MD Group. The process that we've been going through is about who runs how we run the housing stock in-house rather. Is it through the ALMA or not? There are consequences of that decision, but this is not a consultation with workforce. I think as Mr. Hall laid out to start with, that will happen if we make the decision to go to Homes in Somerset. There will then be a full consultation with the workforce, and that will be about individual terms, conditions, etc. This is a conversation which is much wider than just the workforce on the tools. It includes a lot of other staff as well, and the tenants have been fully involved in that process. And that's what the report in front of you shows as well.
Thanks, Bill. I hear what you say, Duncan, but isn't the second part of that the bit that we might undertake a consultation with the workforce on, an inevitable consequence of the decision that we take today? There's no alternative, is there? That's what then happens as an inevitable consequence of this decision. So my concern is that we haven't had that consultation before embarking on the train that is then off and can't be stopped.
So I think, and Mr. Hall, I'm sure will want to come in so you got the detail. We have been engaging with the workforce. You cannot formally consult the workforce until you know what's happening. So we can't, on any other element, consult with someone before we decide who we're going to contract work to. We have to make that decision to contract the work, then consult. But we have engaged with the workforce on a regular basis as part of this process. But I think Mr. Hall might be able to add a bit more detail.
I take Councillor Beavy's point around the inevitability if that's the decision that is supported today. Yes, employees have been engaged throughout, Unison have been engaged throughout. I think the TSMs, tenant satisfaction measures, are the reflection of our tenants as to how satisfied they are with either model. The tenants, of course, will know whether they're in a model that has an in-house workforce or MD Group providing some of those contracted services, and their reflection is, based upon the nationally recognised and benchmarked questions, that they get a better service from that delivered via Homes in Somerset and the MD Group. So I take your point about inevitability, but tenants will be aware of the model and have responded to the tenant satisfaction measures knowingly.
I've got two different questions, if I may, Chair. Just looking back, I just want us to be completely assured of the total independence of Savills in this process. So I want to be assured, and I'm sure my colleagues do, where Savills sits, how they were procured to do this work, and that they kind of have no skin in the game either side. And then secondly, I want to ask a question about recommendation F, to establish a head of ALMO client role. So I want to ask the council statutory officers what that role entails and where that person is employed, and how important that client role would be if this decision were taken this afternoon.
Should I start with just the procurement around Savills, and then we'll perhaps pass to Julian to talk about independence. So we recognise that the council doesn't have to make a decision to combine its landlord models, but in doing so, if we're going to review that process, there needs to be an independent assessment. There are people around the room who've had experience of one or other models and some with both. And so there's an inevitable suggestion that there could be some history that would guide our views and thinking. So we took a deliberate and conscious choice to engage an external provider to undertake that review for us, so that we were separate to the data analysis and separate to the recommendations. So we created a scope, and we had a project steering group, which include tenant reps from both of the two models. We came up with a scope and specification for the work for Savills, the work to be procured. We then took it to market as a public tender exercise, went through shortlisting and interviews, and ultimately appointed Savills to undertake that work for us. But I'm sure Julian will talk about the approach to the independence, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yes, so first of all, straight to the point, we have no skin in the game, just to reassure you of that. So in terms of once the procurement process was completed, as Chris has described, we then worked with the steering group to deliver the project. So really the scope of the overall project was really, really clear for us, in the sense that there was a desire to create a unified housing model, not to transfer the housing stock to an existing housing provider. That wasn't an option. So that was really very, very clear. In terms of how we approach the work, that was set out in our proposal, which obviously was then subject to the procurement process. Really, the first phase of our work was to evaluate the existing options, the existing models, to consider whether there was, either the existing service models were fit to be expanded, suitable vehicles to be expanded to create a unified housing service. We considered that was the case, and we considered there wasn't a third or fourth option that was to be considered. In terms of the approach that we took, we looked at published data. We looked at information provided by both the in-house service and from Homes in Somerset, and we used our experience of working with local authorities and arm's length management organisations, and indeed housing associations, etc., across the sector through the extensive work that we do. So we applied our sector experience to that. In terms of the engagement phase itself, it was crucial that was independently conducted to enable all of the different stakeholder groups, whether that was staff, residents, elected members, members of the public, or community organisations, to have the opportunity to have their say. And that's why we designed a wide range of engagement opportunities, ranging from face-to-face meetings, online meetings, surveys, and so on, and hopefully you will have seen that we received 971 responses to those. And I think a really important part of that engagement phase, which was most notable in the online and in-person meetings, was the opportunity for anybody to ask us any question. And we were very clear in those that we were independent in the process, and we were able to ask questions of any sort of, what's an ALMO like? What's the in-house service like? What are the options? Why is this being considered? So we were very much an honest broker in that process. So what I'd really then just like to reassure you, we were completely independent in the process. We have no vested interest in the outcome, and the recommendation that we made was evidence-based, based on all of those interviews, all of the data that we saw, our experience, and the results of the engagement process.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the previous questioners who've asked a lot of the questions I was concerned about, and it's a really good debate and an essential one. And I just want to say for the avoidance, just I'm from a part of the county that didn't have either the in-house or the Almo model, so I was used to dealing with housing associations. But I suppose having read through your and appreciate the questions about independence and so on, I got onto about page 200, which of your recommendation, not 200. Where your recommendation is, you're in a 200-page recommendation, and I think I pick up the point there about wanting to keep the best of both processes and of both systems, and I think in reality you've probably done this more times than I will ever have to do them. How effective is that to do? Because no matter how much we say it doesn't want to be a competition, or it's not a winner, it's a it's all of this. How able are we to do that, to actually keep the best of both things? Because I do believe we should probably have one system. I get that, and I thought that from the beginning. I was bought into that argument, but are we capable of keeping the best of both things, in your view?
Yes, is the honest answer. Straight to the point. I mean, I think we very clearly from the outset and the first part of the review were able to identify there were two viable options, and one of those was expanding the existing in-house service to become 40% bigger, and the other one was expanding the existing arm's length option to become 60% bigger. And we believe that both of those models have the capability to be expanded and combined, and over a period of time, which is I think described in the reports about how the integration would work. We absolutely believe that is entirely possible, and we believe, based on the evidence that we've seen in our experience, that the arm's length model is the most suitable vehicle which will deliver Somerset Council with the strongest outcome once that's taken place.
Thank you. I'm just aware that we didn't have an answer on Liz's F, which was the head of Almo role. Can somebody help me with that? Yep.
I'm happy to talk to it, though I think the question was pitched at the statutory officers. So perhaps Clive, do you want to speak first?
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, so the council remains the statutory housing authority, and the HRA is always a sub-account of the general fund of the housing revenue account. So at the general fund, sorry. So the council must always be in control of that, and the role of the client function is to make sure that housing strategy is maintained, the outcomes of the housing service are delivered, and that the housing revenue account is kept in balance and accounted for. The role of the ALMO, therefore, under a management fee, is to deliver landlord services, the repair and maintenance of properties and the management of tenancies, etc. And so that we expect the ALMO to be innovative and doing things in the most creative way to manage that. But it's important that the person that's responsible on the client side for the council manages both the strategy, the outcomes, and the housing revenue account financial position on behalf of the council.
So the only thing I was going to add to what's just been said is the key thing to remember that members need to be aware of, and we all need to be aware of, is we cannot transfer the responsibility for the stock and its management. We transfer the data operation through to the ALMA, but we're responsible to the regulator, we're responsible for policy, we're responsible for strategy. So we need to have a sufficiently qualified team within the council to be doing that. The regulator will be speaking to the ALMA on a regular basis, but if something's going wrong, the regulator will be speaking to us very, very quickly. So we need the client function to be able to manage that for us.
Yeah, I'm possibly the only councillor that's got that experience of an ALMO on the executive, because I'm the only one from the Sedgemoor side. So it's possibly that sort of assurance of that role that's needed there. Liz, do you want to come back up to that?
I just wanted to say then, presumably that's a Somerset Council appointment, and that would, I presume, that appointment, that person would be in place before the date of the transfer.
Yeah, just for the benefit of those listening in. So yes, it would be a Somerset Council appointment, sat within one of my teams, and would be in place, all being well, prior to the go live. So yes.
Okay, thank you. I understand that one now. Mike.
Thanks, Bill. It wasn't a question I was going to ask, but much has been made today about the fact that there's no skin in the game for Savills here. So I'm just going to ask the question then. So do Savills not carry out this kind of property management work? I understood that they did. Do they not have that sort of an arm that carries out property management in the similar way to MD?
So, the consultancy, the affordable housing consultancy that I work as part of, includes a range of services to local authorities, housing associations. It doesn't include property maintenance as such. We don't have a contractor which delivers, but we do things like stock condition surveys. We do things, a lot of detailed work around health and safety compliance. For example, we do valuations, development support, and so on. So there are professional services, consultancy services, which Somerset Council or a council or local or housing association could seek to procure. There is, Savills has a through an investment part of Savills, which is completely ring fenced and separate from everything that I'm involved in, a for-profit registered provider, which is part of Savills' own investment management, but it is a completely separate part of Savills. So that's completely separate. There is no provision of a repair and maintenance service by Savills in the way that MD do for homes in Somerset or Somerset Council.
And just to be clear, when you say Savills, you mean the whole group? They don't do property maintenance.
No, I mean there's sort of commercial parts of Savills, but not for not in social housing. No.
Okay.
Okay, I'll open up. Not seeing any other hands. I'll open up to any other members. Diogo.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question I have, just to say, as like you, as a former Sedgemoor member and perhaps 10 years of homes in Sedgemoor, then homes in Somerset overall experience, I can't say that I've personally had anyone complain to me about the service they've had from MD Group. Not to say that that hasn't happened, just from my own personal experience, though. But the point I just want to ask about in the stakeholder engagement bit, which I think is page 242 of the report before us, particularly when engaging with the HIS Homes in Somerset or Homes in Somerset customers, there are just 2 bullet points there which I want some clarification on. And some of the two of these themes were around repairs and maintenance, where it says examples of poor quality work and long delays. And then it says outsourced contractors seen as cowboys and unaccountable. I'm only wanting to know, is that specifically in reference to MD Group?
Sorry, you're going to have to help me to find out where it is in the report.
So page 242 of the entire report, but on the individual paper, it's Appendix 1C, page 8.
Yes, sorry, thank you. I'm with you now. Thank you. Apologies for the delay. What this section of the report seeks to do is to ensure that the perceptions of people who were engaged in the engagement phase, that their views were accurately reflected in the summary. So these were perceptions that were expressed during the engagement that it was important to capture accurately within the survey and the engagement conclusions. So these are valid perceptions. I can't say that they are valid situations, but these are the perceptions that were shared with us during the engagement phase.
Thanks. So just for clarity, is that in reference specifically to MD Group? That's what I wanted. That's what I don't see from this, but I'm assuming it is.
I can't say whether it's explicitly about MD. These were broad comments that were made in engagement sessions.
Peter, are you able to add any clarity at all?
Yeah, just to clarify, all of our heating service and repair is done by a separate contractor, which is Liberty Group. So this isn't necessarily all to do with reference to MD. So we have a range of contractors. I think Somerset Council utilise 20 to 25 external contractors who may well do the majority of the in-house work in totality. So this could be across all of the contracts that we have. Not necessarily MD.
Chair, if I may, just in specific to that point, it does say heating systems, and MD don't do the heating systems. That is a separate contractor.
Okay, so in which case it's specifically not.
The reference to heating systems. What I don't know, Peter, is just whether MD are responsible for the windows and doors replacement programme.
Not necessarily, no. Those are other contractors. MD may do some of it, so it's quite a mixed economy of contractors that we use.
Okay, Diego, has your question been answered?
It has. I think it's not entirely clear in the report for us to understand who our customers are referencing or referring to, and that's probably problematic.
No, and Peter will remember on the 27th of December I was trying to contact Liberty to fix a boiler, and we were struggling to get hold of them, which is not surprising, perhaps over Christmas, but rather upsetting for the residents. Yeah.
So I think the two bullet points referred to are not necessarily referring to the same things. I think it's what this is saying is, in the course of those discussions, various open groups, some residents we spoke to said they don't like the idea of outsourced services because they perceive them as being, unaccountable and cowboys. That's some of the words that they were using in those. Some people have a very strong in principle view that they don't like contractors, and that's the kind of view. These were not specifically directed at a particular contractor, my recollection.
Yeah, I think we've got the gist of the context of that statement. Councillor Healy, Mark, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me these, for letting me speak. Of course, I can go back years with homes in Somerset, homes in Sedgemoor as it was then, etc., etc. Now, if I may, and forgive me because I was on another call a short while ago through work. I'm not going to mention any specific contractors, that wouldn't be fair, but I'm sure the person that's been talking regarding this instance, both the contractors previously went bankrupt and it was started again. Now, I sympathise with the customers, aka tenants, that they want people they can rely on and trust. So my question is, if everything goes, and with the greatest respect, Chairman, through you, a separate contractor doing plumbing, heating stuff like roofers is irrelevant. So my question is, if it goes to MD as the preferred contractor, call it what you will they be taking on all the staff from the direct staff, or will they be what's the word I'm looking for, pensioned off, or whatever the word is? Can we have an assurance that whatever goes forward is for the good of the people that's working direct for the council at the moment? Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. My understanding is the decision we make now starts the consultation. But anyway, I'll try not to answer the question because we've got experts to do that. Chris.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of a transfer, yes, if the work moves, the people move, they're protected by 2P, so they go to wherever that work provision is provided for. So yes, if we pick up all of that work and place it into Homes in Somerset, that's the decision for you today. Homes in Somerset ultimately place that into their contractor MD group, then that 2P transfer occurs, the work moves, the people move with it.
So forgive me, Chairman, if I may come back, if you give me.
I'll allow it on this occasion.
That's very kind of you, Chairman. I really do appreciate it. So looking back in history, and I have to declare an interest because I did actually was a contractor for certain previous companies. Have you done, forgive me for the expression, due diligence on MD to make sure that they're financially sound, that they won't go into liquidation and yet put Homes in Somerset in another tragic position where they've got to find a contractor? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we are going slightly off the topic, but I'll ask Peter to answer that briefly, if I may.
Yes,
that arrangements with Homes in Somerset, not with Somerset Council.
100%, yes. We do quarterly checks on all our main partner contractors, and MD is one of them. I think the thing to remember about MD is it's a southwest-based contractor of many years of standing, and we have worked with them, as I said earlier, for many years as well, and they've successfully re-tendered and won work with us. So there is never a guarantee that they will be here forever. But of course, we have all the monitoring in place in terms of their financial accounts, everything that we have. We look at their strategies. They're not a hugely growth ambitious organisation either. So it's a very steady, stable West Country based business, mostly directly employed trades as well there. So I think it's as good as you can get in this business.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind members, because I think your point about us getting a bit off topic is correct. The decision we're talking about is whether or not we move the housing stock into the Almo model with Homes in Somerset to actually deliver it for us. It's not a decision about MD Group. That's a decision for the Homes in Somerset board if you make the decision today. And I would just point out, whilst we obviously have a huge amount of engagement and love for and sympathy for anyone in a position of transfer with our own workforce, the decision you've got to make today as members is actually what's in the best interest of the tenants, not what's in the best interest of the workforce. I have to say, I've seen nothing in the report that says that this is not in the interest of the workforce, but obviously it represents a huge amount of uncertainty, and we need to be sympathetic to that and actually support people if there is a transition. But I just wouldn't want any members to be thinking that the decision today is about MD Group or a building contract. The decision today is about who should be running the housing stock for us. That decision has got to be made in the best interest of the tenants.
So I'm very pro Elmo anyway. So forgive me, Chairman. I'm interrupting.
That's not absolutely fine, Mark. I'll move on to Lee next. I think, can I just check anybody else wanting to speak? Oh, Lucy, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Lucy. I didn't write you down. How could I ignore you? I'm so sorry. Oh, I'll go to Lee and I'll save you for the finale.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for the report. Thank you for everything. A question in relation to the stakeholder engagement, really. I just some clarification. I'm looking at it and I'm assuming that our unions are part of that stakeholder engagement, but I can't see a reference to that in there. Can we confirm that our unions have been involved in these negotiations, etc., please?
So unions have been involved in the conversations we've been having with our employees. They are not a key stakeholder in regards to our tenants. So I don't think they've listed as a stakeholder for the tenant engagement activity, but they have absolutely been involved in the engagement with our employees.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thanks, Lee. And finally, here's Lucy.
Thank you very much. So I've been involved in this. I spoke with Savills about it. I've spoken with the officer about this in my capacity as opposition lead member for, as well as adults, housing and homelessness. So I've been aware of this for a while. We had an all-member briefing end of November, beginning of December. I've double checked. It's been through scrutiny, and I asked a question about it when the HRA item came up last month at executive. Or maybe it's scrutiny, I don't know which, but I asked a question about when it was coming online and what was happening. And at no point have I ever been under the impression that there was any query or question over this. And so suddenly to come here today and see that actually there may be issues with it is quite a surprise to me. What I wanted to know was, it feels as though there's some questions that have been raised that have got councillors now thinking about the decision. What are the implications if you decide as an executive today to vote against the move to Homes in Somerset?
If I may, so I don't believe what's being highlighted are issues. There are concerns being raised by Unison on behalf of their specific membership, and that means the trades workforce, but I don't believe there are issues that they have identified that do anything to destabilise the consultation, the engagement, the facts, the data-driven recommendations, of this report. However, it's a decision for members. If members decide not to take the decision in accordance with the recommendations today, we'll need to understand a bit more about why. and therefore that might influence how we bring this back. But if this isn't decided upon, then two services in theory continue as they are because they have no other decision on the books, and we lose the financial efficiency and the tenant benefits that are identified within the report. So we effectively lose all of the benefits that we're promoting.
Thank you.
I'm just reading in response to Councillor Lee Redmond's comments, page 174 on HR workforce implications. I see quite a few mentions of trade unions in that part of the paper. So that has some dates of actual JCC and additional briefing for trade employees. So I think, colleagues, that we do have some assurance there within this paper. Thank you.
And yeah, just in response to Lucy's point, we have had this late approach from Unison around this particular, one of the implications of the decision that hadn't come to scrutiny. And I think that was a letter received either yesterday or the day before, so last night. So we were particularly keen to make sure that we tested the suggestions from Unison against the report to make sure that we've got that all those lines of inquiry covered. Yeah.
I was just going to ask whether that letter can be put in the minutes, because I think we've spent a lot of time today discussing, or at least reference it, because a lot of the discussions that have come because of that letter, and therefore we have it for posterity that we've answered the questions that have been raised. Otherwise, I think in context it doesn't quite make sense why we're discussing lots of different things.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. So I think we've reached the conclusion. I think we will recognise the direction of travel towards homes in Somerset that we've established here from the Savills report. The circular bit that we're in is of course we can't do the consultation with the workforce till we make a decision, and that's really the obstacle that's, or the issues that we've been raising today. So I'm wondering whether, and I see that we've got a delegation to which one is it? I've lost which one refers to the employee delegation. E is tenant consultation, isn't it?
Yeah, so it would be normal for employee, you as a council, to make a decision that's subject to employee consultation, because that's the consultation on process rather than principles. So today you're being asked effectively, if all other things are equal and all other consultations are completed to a satisfactory nature, are you satisfied that we then undertake the transfer?
Okay, so C is to commence consultation.
Yep.
But I can't see where there's decision making on the outcome of that consultation.
Yeah. And
Date to the Dawn Beveridge. That consultation.
Just take advice.
Yeah, sorry. If you approve the recommendations today, then that consultation must start, because there will be a 2P transfer situation created. There isn't a decision at the end of the 2P transfer. So the consultation with workforce is about the terms, conditions, the mechanism, the timing and everything else. It's a process consultation. You're not saying we will decide later whether or not we're transferring the workforce. If you make the decision to transfer the operation of the housing stock to the Almo today, then it is up to the board of the Homes in Somerset organisation to decide how it deploys its workforce. We will be transferring our staff effectively. I think legally it goes to HIS and there'll be a back-to-back straight to MD Group if that's what they choose to do. But that's a decision for their board, not for us. but we must start that consultation because we're the employee.
Because we're the employee.
Yeah.
So it's Homes in Somerset, which will then be doing the negotiations about staff, whether a proportion may be kept in-house, a proportion may be transferred, or some other combination of.
Yeah.
Is that Peter, can you just make sure I've got this right in my simple mind? No, go on.
So just jumping in before Peter, yeah, please remember this is not just about trades workforce as well. So as part of the consultation, some of the staff will stay with the council because they'll be part of a client function. Some of the staff will go to Homes in Somerset, presumably to be within their core employees. Some of the workforce, particularly the trades, will go and potentially be part of MD Group or other contractors, depending on what they do. But I'll let Peter come in because I think the board have already had that set of conversations at principal level.
Yes, that's correct. They have had that conversation. I think the TUPE process is a well-trodden path, and that will be managed by Somerset Council's in-house team with support from Homes in Somerset, that TUPE into Homes in Somerset of those colleagues identified to transfer with this work.
Chair, if I may, just to clarify, so the reason the delegation E is in place is because the consultation with tenants does require a final decision to fulfil our obligations under section 105 of the Housing Act. So that's why that one is specifically referenced as I then write to the regulator on behalf of the council. So that's a specific one that, as I said, we've discussed the 2P one already.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm just looking again at the letter where it talks about risks to service quality, and we've had assurance from Homes in Somerset there. We've had assurance on our best value as well. It's the staff wellbeing. I was just wanting to cover off and make sure that we've got assurance on that, so that we've responded to our workforce representative organisations. Liz.
Can you just clarify, we have already undergone TUPE with the housing development team, haven't we?
Yes, that's correct. The development team transferred last April to us. So yeah, there are a number of members that transferred successfully to the organisation.
So those were transfers from Somerset Council to Homes in Somerset.
Correct.
But not transfers from Somerset Council to a contractor.
No.
No, that's where I'm just trying to make sure that I understand fully where we're going, and that you've heard the concerns that our workforce have raised. We're just underlining that we're interested in those concerns as we go through this process, particularly those issues around well-being and the importance of that service quality and our best value obligations that we've had assurance on as well. Because ultimately, as Duncan reminds us, we're here for the tenants, but it is what our contractors do in people's property that matters to our tenants, and we need to make sure that we've got that quality absolutely tied up. The assurances you've given me have been reassuring, and I just need to make sure that staff wellbeing point is covered. And I think you've nodded away while I've been talking about that, Peter, which is very welcome. Mike.
Thanks. In Part E, we talk about beginning a tenant consultation. Isn't there the position of Unison that there has been a consultation, but without any mention of MD Group? So the information that we have in terms of the tenants' views isn't based on MD Group's involvement. So I don't understand why we're having a tenant consultation. It's a fait accompli, isn't it? The train has left the station, to continue my earlier analogy.
There's a couple of parts to it. We're required to engage meaningful with tenants, which we have done as part of the Savills report, to consider the two options, and tenants will have been aware of the two delivery models. We are separately required, in order to make the final decision, to undertake a formal consultation with tenants under section 105 of the Housing Act. That consultation has started and will take several weeks to complete, at which point, on completion, we'll review the feedback from those tenants, and then we will make the final decision, which is what the delegation allows me to do. So this is a decision subject to, if you make the decision today and the tenant consultation all comes back without major diversion from these requests, then we would make that decision as a council. So it's not the final decision today, but without today, we cannot go through and complete the consultation.
Okay, does that clarify for you, Mike?
Do we see the response to the consultation before?
Well,
No, I
Chris,
know.
Chris just said he will.
Yeah, that's not my question.
And then in consultation with Fed, if that could be circulated to the wider executive just for reassurance, that would be appreciated. Okay, without seeing any further members of the executive indicating, can I see a proposal for the recommendation, please? And a seconder for the recommendation. So that's proposed Councillor Federica Smith-Roberts, seconded by Liz Lyshawn. All those in favour, please. All those against. That's clearly carried. Which moves us on to agenda item 11. And sorry, can I just thank you from Homes in Somerset and from Savills for all your hard work on this. Thank you. Somerset Local Nature Recovery Strategy, and we're on pages 257 to 374. Councillor Graham Oakes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the Somerset Local Nature Recovery Strategy, the strategy, it's a new statutory strategy that's required under the Environment Act of 2021. It sets out where nature is most important in Somerset and where action will have the greatest impact for recovery. The decision we're looking for today is to approve the LNRS for publication, and that's a statutory step allowing the strategy to move from development into use. The two statutory supporting authorities are Natural England and Exmoor National Park, and they've both already given their formal approval to publish. It's not a delivery plan, and it does not place new duties on landowners or communities, but it's an enabling framework, helping partners, planners and funders to target effort and investment more effectively. The strategy has been developed with the Somerset Local Nature Partnership, Natural England and a wide range of partners. Their views were taken into account, demonstrating strong collaboration across Somerset. Somerset's nature is under pressure and recovery must be coordinated, evidence-led and joined up. And this document provides a shared reference point for planning, for biodiversity net gain, funding bids and partnership projects. Going forward, having been published, all the authorities will have regard to the LNRS in relevant decisions, and delivery will come through many partners, with the council playing a facilitating and coordinating role. The strategy will be reviewed over time using evidence of what is actually working on the ground. So what we're hoping is that this will be approved today in a timely fashion as an important milestone for Somerset. It puts in place a framework we need to help make Somerset bigger, better and more connected for nature and more resilient for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Graham. And Steve, is it? Yes. Welcome, Steve. And yeah, apologies for my brief inattention as the chief executive was distracting me.
Sorry, Steve.
It's all his fault. Welcome. Do you have anything to add? Could you put your mic on, please, Steve? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Graham, for introducing the item. If I may just show a few slides to very briefly highlight some key points in the report, and it's also an opportunity to show some nice pictures.
Good.
Try and keep this as brief as I can. Right, so Somerset Local Nature Recovery Strategy, it's been in development for 2 years now. It's a statutory county-wide framework that identifies priorities and locations for nature recovery and wider environmental benefits. So as Graham said, it uses evidence and maps to show where actions for nature will have the greatest impact. And it was the Environment Act 2021 that brought into law requirements for 48 strategy areas across England to develop a local nature recovery strategy, of which Somerset was one. And on the 26th of June 2023, Somerset Council was formally appointed by government as the responsible authority for the Somerset LNRS. So in terms of the underpinning relevant legislation, the Environment Act is the primary legislation that creates LNRSs and the concept of a responsible authority. The Act places a statutory duty on each designated responsible authority to prepare and publish an LNRS for its area. It establishes that only the responsible authority can formally produce and publish the strategy. And then there is the Local Nature Recovery Strategy regulations. These sit under the Environment Act and set out how the responsible authority must carry out its role, which we have been following. So they define the mandatory processes. And then there is the DEFRA statutory guidance on an NRS. So DEFRA published this, which sits under the Environment Act, that provides detail in an interpretation of the responsible authority role. And again, we have been following that. So we are the responsible authority. So as responsible authority, we've had a statutory duty to lead, coordinate and publish the LNRS. This includes preparing the strategy, bringing together evidence about wildlife habitats and environmental pressures, and setting clear priorities for nature recovery. Working in partnership, we've collaborated extensively during the preparation, consulting widely, producing maps and priorities, and the final step now is to publish the strategy. So in terms of engagement, we've engaged with a very wide range of local stakeholders, including conservation groups, the public. We had a public survey that over 800 people responded to. We've focused on, particularly on farmers and landowners, very important in Somerset, as 75% of our land is agricultural land. Town and parish councils, businesses and community organisations, and internally, including taking it twice to the Climate and Place Scrutiny Committee. And engagement activities have included surveys, workshops, webinars, presentations and events, and a public consultation which ran for 8 weeks from September 2025. So this wide engagement has helped ensure that the strategy is well informed, practical and widely supported. And in the report, the benefits of publishing the LNRS, there are a number of benefits. So it provides a shared strategic framework for nature recovery across Somerset. It supports joined up delivery across planning, land management and investment. It supports farmers, landowners and developers to deliver nature recovery in identified priority locations. It strengthens partnership working and funding opportunities, and it strengthens the council's contribution to climate adaptation, flood management and ecosystem services. So it will act as a key evidence base for future planning, investment decisions, funding bids, including biodiversity net gain, environmental land management schemes, and other nature-based solutions. And final slide, so the implications for the council. So first one is about around statutory compliance. So approval and publication of the LNRS enables the council to discharge its legal duties as the responsible authority. It will support the council's statutory and strategic functions. So it will inform planning, biodiversity net gain, climate resilience and funding decisions. It will strengthen the council's leadership role. So the council is expected to continue providing coordination and oversight, and we are receiving funding from DEFRA to do this. And we will be working through partnerships rather than direct delivery. It enhances reputational and governance assurance. So clear governance and decision-making demonstrates effective stewardship of a nationally significant statutory role. And last but no means least, In terms of the financial resource implications, delivery of the responsible authority role has been supported by external grant funding and existing officer capacity, and publication of the LNRS does not create additional financial commitments for the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's not to love? Heather.
Thank you. It's not a question. I just thought that Liz and I were talking about some of the papers on the way in this morning and said, what a beautiful thing this is. The actual, the first part of the document, I mean, it's all beautiful, it's full and very comprehensive. But the first bit almost feels like a kind of a tourist offer. I mean, it describes so beautifully our county. I think that's really lovely. And I'm not one of the ones that goes straight into the kind of biodiversity and that kind of thing as a normal thing. You know, I don't spend my weekends doing this, but I just thought that was wonderful. So I thought, and I guess you've lived within your kind of grant means as well. You're delivering an awful lot for what feels like a small amount of money. So I just wanted to say that really, because it's really nice to see something so positive and so beautiful, and a real shout out for our county. So just thank you.
Thank you, very kind of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I completely agree with Heather. I think it is a really first-class piece of work. If I had lots of money and no work to do, I would have copies of this printed to put into libraries, and particularly into school libraries, because I really do think it's an excellent piece of work, and it is the Somerset that I know and love. Thank you.
Something we could possibly explore. We're using some of the DEFRA money, perhaps. Yeah.
Please, Chair, if we could spend some more of the DEFRA money, that would make me very happy.
I'm very happy to spend other people's money. Not seeing anybody else indicating to comments. Do you want to come back to you, Heather?
I don't normally come back like this, but I just want to say, because I went to visit one of our local schools. I've got the children families education brief, and I went to see one of our primary schools, and I was really blown away by this school, because the hall on the way in the hall was full of commendations from the RHS, from all the BNG. It was a green school in its. So I think there would absolutely be not just for those places that are already committed, but to support those schools who want to get more comprehending of the environment they live in. I think it'd be great. So if there's some money, that'd be lovely.
Ros?
Thank you. Just want to say that I support this, and I particularly like the working with partners approach across the county. I think that's really important, that we're seen that we're in a leadership role here, as well as supporting many organisations who are involved in protecting our very precious county and its environment. And I particularly hope that there is emphasis on landscape value in the middle of this, not only the normal things you look at in terms of the environment, but the landscape is really under threat in this county. And if we have 75,000 new houses plonked on us as well as part of the new housing target, I think working with partners to really care for the most precious things in our county is really important. So I welcome this approach.
Any comments from other members, either in the room or online? I think we've got universal acclaim in. Thank you so much for this report. I mean, just the photographs alone. Yeah, it is. It's just, yeah, it is. It's home. It just sums up what we love about Somerset. So thank you so much, not only for the content but the presentation as well. So yeah, we really do appreciate this. So we got recommendations to endorse this and authorise this to be submitted to the Secretary of State, and to note the use of our Section 31 grant provided by DEFRA. Is that proposed by Councillor Graham Oakes? I thought it might be. Seconded by Councillor Shearer. Those in favour? Those against? Ian, thank you so much for this impressive piece of work.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've got the excitement of Richard Wilkins, and his Somerset parking review and charging principles. Richard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be very brief and just say that this paper sets out the proposed countrywide parking review and charging principles that the executive asked for in December, providing clear evidence-led framework to guide the future parking decisions, supported across parties and council. And now I'll hand over to Bev Norman to fill in a bit more and provide a bit more detail.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you said countrywide.
Countrywide, sorry.
I'm more than happy to extend our power and influence geographically, but please keep that quiet.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Thank you, Bev, and welcome back, Mike.
Thank you. So in summary, the paper seeks to approval of a county-wide parking review and charging principles framework to address the inherited inconsistencies in parking policies, tariffs and practices following local government reorganisation. Executive agreed in December 2025 to defer the Sunday charging until a clear policy framework was in place. This paper delivers that framework. The principles provide an evidence-led, transparent basis for managing both on-street and off-street parking, aligned with the Local Transport Plan 4, our statutory duties, town centre vitality, sustainable travel and financial resilience. A tiered charging approach is proposed, allocating car parks to tiers based on location, demand and function to improve clarity for users and to better manage demand while supporting local economies. Delivery will be through whole town and community parking reviews, supported by surveys, member engagement and public consultation before any changes are implemented. Executive are asked to approve the principles, note a 247k request from the parking reserve to fund the review work, and to note that a further report will return with the detailed recommendations and proposed tier allocations.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions on this? Just wanted to understand. It's got a good airing at scrutiny.
Yes, it went to scrutiny. It had a lot of conversation, and I believe the chair at the time, as Martin Dimmery was away, was Henry Hobhouse. And he put forward the recommendations as with a slight amendment to them, and it got a cross-party support. Although I know scrutiny is not a party thing, but it did get support across the scrutiny. So it was well supported, as this is a principal document. And it sets out it sets out how we go about aligning our parking much better than what we have done previously.
Okay, thank you. And I note paragraph 13 about concerns from the opposition spokesman, which I believe is you, Bob.
It is indeed, Luke. Thank you.
As you contributed so thoroughly, I thought it would be a shame not to bring you in.
Thank you very much, and I wanted to thank the member and the officers for including comments within there that I sent in. It was really just welcome the presentation of this document. It gives us a start point, but it's just getting that reassurance that we've learned lessons in terms of making sure our consultation is early and meaningful on these discussions, because particularly, I know as a council, we are very keen to be supportive of our town and village centres, and we just need to see the context of parking within that wider picture. It's not just a revenue issue, and it's danger sometimes. I know we have pressures on our budgets, but we have to get that balance right. So it's a question of making sure that we engage with businesses and the communities, which this policy does appear to do. So happy to see that come forward, and we'll obviously be working closely to make sure that as the reviews go forward that we feed into those.
Thanks, Bob. I'm just wonder if you could just expand on the predetermined outcomes comments.
I think it was through reading the documentation, there was a concern that came to me that it felt like we were going, that finance element could be a driver. And I think it's just important that we take it into account, but it can't be the overriding issue in terms of sorting out our parking policy.
Are you able to offer reassurance on that, Richard?
Yeah, I don't. I think what we've and what was made very clear that businesses in Somerset, we need to be supporting them, and I believe that the policy that we're bringing forward today actually reinforces help to our businesses across Somerset, and it's very clear it's not a one-size-fits-all parking policy. It understands the variances, but the policy itself is what is more complete and consistent for the whole of Somerset, and just makes things much clearer to the people of Somerset. And I appreciate your words on that, Bob.
Thank you. Are you reassured, Bob? Excellent. I love a reassured Bob. Councillor Hobhouse. Hello, Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was being asked to be online by the portfolio holder. I just wanted to make the point that this is, having discussed it at length at scrutiny, that this whole policy is about our high streets more than anything else that you're going to be putting forward to actually try and look after the high streets. And I think it is very important that we offer each of our towns the opportunity to define the parking in those towns in the way that the local population want to take it forward. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. I do get the sense of high streets being important in this, but also around modal shift, as we talked earlier in the public health report about getting people more active. If the opportunity to get to town centres and by different mode of transport is there, that is surely a good thing as well. So I hope all of those things will come through in the process. I'm not. Oh, Lucy, you did have your hand up, and I briefly forgot you. Please go ahead.
I feel as forgettable as Councillor Slocum, who always feels forgotten as well. I know.
I can assure you, I've never forgotten Councillor Slocum.
So I wanted just to draw your attention to the fact that in December, this council passed a motion that in the fact that we are unable to affect what the government does, and we know that hospitality and high street businesses are suffering, we said that we would do what we could to ensure that any policies or any strategies that we implemented would have our high streets, particularly hospitality, in mind. I wonder whether you have any specific consultation with them, whether you're planning and intending to have any further consultation before that becomes another thing that stops people from visiting those areas. And I do have another question quickly as well. Town councils such as Wincanton currently pay Somerset Council in order to keep their parking free, because they see the value in making sure that everybody can come and enjoy the town and its facilities. Are you in consultation with those town councils, working out a cost to them? And finally, towns like Bruton were not included in this originally. Is it now being spread across all of Somerset, or is this still just in those trial areas? What is the future of it, please?
Richard, do you want to respond to those three questions?
Yeah, on the businesses, they're very much stakeholders in the consultation, but I'd just like to push back slightly. In Somerset, our businesses are resilient. yes, they need help, but you know, we have some fantastic businesses, and they are being well supported by the likes of Mike Rigby, personally, quite often. But you know, we have seen some really great figures which buck the trend in relation to our businesses. So we mustn't do them down, because they are fantastic, and the independent businesses in particular around our county just do a fantastic job, and it's why people come to visit Somerset. And I just want to push our businesses and make sure that everybody knows about them. Sorry, I forget your other questions, but I just
there was consultation with the hospitality industry in particular. And I'll volunteer to go around all the pubs if you like.
Yes, you're welcome.
Sorry, I forget yours.
But also the Wincanton and Bruton Point as well.
I'll let Bev go in on the particulars of that, but with you know, all the towns and parish councils are also stakeholders and will be fully engaged. But Bev, to
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, that is absolutely part of the process. We will start engaging with those. When we've got all the information and collected the data, we will start to engage with communities to understand what agreements and arrangements might have been in place. We don't actually have all that information at the moment, because a lot of them were with legacy district councils and things. So we need to actually engage just to understand in the first instance actually what they are, and then we'll look at designing what might be the options going forward with regards to continuing that sort of arrangement. With regards to the trial area, we are looking, we're looking at everywhere there is a car park, a Somerset Council car park, public car park, and where we've got parking restrictions. So if the communities have got parking restrictions and or a car park, we will be looking at gathering some evidence and starting to do that review from there. If it's a little village with nothing, we're not going to go there. That's not going to be a priority for us at all.
Okay. Just this one, since I forgot you earlier.
Thank you very much. I was not doing down our businesses at all. I don't need to do down our businesses. I am a great supporter of our local businesses, which is why I was asking the question. But they are struggling, and the fact that our businesses in Somerset, well, they are, because of all the expenses that they're now having to face that they didn't before. And so all I'm pointing out is that at a time where things are struggling, we need to hear their voices.
Your point is well made. And I've got Lee and Diogo next. Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but I think it's important just to come in. A couple of quick points. You talked about business resilience and the fact that we're supporting them. Let's remember we've got lots of different businesses in and around Somerset that includes high streets. So the ability to support them there is important. Yes, I fully support your comments about changing behaviour the way we do it, but that refers to the previous ones. We still need delivery drivers to be able to reach the points of pickup and stuff like that. So that's important points to be considered. But I was coming in mainly, Chair, just about your active travel point. I fully support active travel being in Bridgewater. Cycling is probably the quickest way to get around town a lot of the time and to reach the points without going miles out of your way. But the bit that's important is that we got to remember with active travel, those that aren't necessarily able to be active are disabled drivers. Are those people that may have limited accessibility. So there's a multiple option to this access thing, and I think we need to remember that when we go forward.
Okay, I think that point's well made, and we'll make sure that disabled parking is part of the overall review. And Diogo.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, really. Firstly, just to confirm, the tiered pricing then, that's 7 days a week. So where there are currently no charges on a Sunday, it's the case that those would start being charged on a Sunday. Just confirmation on that one. And also on the tiered pricing, there are all day figures. I just want to confirm that all day means that if at the minute you don't charge after 5 o'clock, it's still the case that you won't charge after 5 o'clock. That all day figure doesn't mean you have to pay after 5 as well. And the The other one was charging for on street where currently not charged, like in our town centres. I know that was something discussed. Is that something that's part of this and going to be consulted on as well? And my last one, sorry, Chair, where parishes have, or maybe they don't have, because they don't know they have it, but are you consulting with parishes, or will you be consulting with parishes about covering the cost of free parking if they so wish to, as part of the consultation? And is there a timeline to bring all this back to us as well?
I think there's about 6, wasn't it? You've got them all, Bev?
I think so. Okay, so yes, it is 7 day. We are looking at 7 day a week, so that does include charging. The all day is very much, so we put in that was a proposed example. That's going to be very much based on the evidence that we collect as well. So yes, I think we can perhaps make some assumptions that it is going to be daytime, but where you might have demand, perhaps near a railway station or something else for 24-hour parking, it's something that we would look to review, I think, as we gather that evidence. Yes, we will be looking at on-street charging in those high street locations. It delivers a really good, better turnover. It's easier to enforce. At the moment, we're finding, and it's reported to us, that people are parking there all day, but it is something that we need to gather the evidence for. At the moment, we haven't, that's just anecdotal hearsay we've got. So it will be about the evidence as well and producing that. And timelines, when we get the agreement, we're looking at 3 to 4 months. So we're looking at later on in the summer, hopefully, to be able to come back to executive with the first level of proposals and recommendations that hopefully we'd get support then for to go out to start that formal and informal consultation.
Okay, but just to be clear, we're just agreeing the principles today. We're not, so before we get excited and starting to do anything like maybe a social media video, who knows? Just let's just remember this is just the principles that lie behind it, behind the consultation, and we just need to please understand that this is the very first tentative stage. So we've got a what have I included? Have I picked everybody? Oh, I missed Theo. Sorry, Theo. Yeah, you're not on the naughty step. That's me. Go ahead.
I don't have to sit there for 42 minutes. Yeah, I just wanted to welcome the approach that we're taking here. I'm really pleased that we've ended up where we are now. I know that, you know, previously we've tried to do this in a slightly different way for various reasons. We ended up doing it in a slightly different way. It didn't work, and we all understand, you know, why that is. And you know, it's better off that we're where we are now, trying to do this properly, holistically. I'm a big advocate for us having a consistent approach to parking charging across Somerset. That doesn't mean consistent charge. It doesn't mean identical charging, but actually what we've got at the moment is a series of historical decisions which might each have made sense on their own at the time in isolation. But when you look across Somerset, there's, you know, wide variation which can't always been explained. So it's really important, in my view, that we get to a position where you understand why we're charging, what we are, when, and where. And this approach is obviously the first step to doing it, and the principles sort of lay that out. I'm really pleased that we're going to do the whole town and community parking reviews. I just, you know, actually put the amendment in there that we're going to do whole city, town and parking reviews, and even villages for cancellation. My divisional colleague has been advocating for a whole city parking review for a very long time. I think she's on the verge of introducing a private member's bill on the subject. She hasn't quite got there yet. So when I tell her we're doing this, that should sort of put the brakes on that plan. But that will be really welcome, because it's going to give us the sort of evidence we need to make those rational decisions and have a consistent approach. I'm really pleased to see, I mean, I know we've got sort of some indicative tiers here with indicative times. And I know those are not finalised yet, and they need to be finalised when we have the evidence upon which to base them. So that's really important. I'm really pleased that we've got that fifth tier of a special function in there, because I think we can all think of car parks in our areas which have a particular function. There's one in the city I represent, which is the long stay car park for people who are working there, and you want a different approach to that to in the other car parks. So I'm really pleased to see that. I think it's incredibly important that we do look at how we ensure there is sufficient access for disabled people. As Councillor Wilkins knows, we've been doing a lot of work in Wells around the accessibility of the city, including looking for opportunities to put in new disabled parking spaces where there need to be more. So I really welcome the opportunity to look at that across our car parks as well. And just finally, I'm very pleased that we are having this conversation here today. I think it's really important that I don't know how many people watch our meetings. I like to think it's loads. But it's really important that the fact that we're having this conversation, the fact that we're starting this work is properly highlighted to people, so that we can take people on that journey, on that conversation with us as it develops, rather than doing it all quietly behind the scenes and then telling everyone what we've decided in autumn. That's probably not the best approach. So I welcome this and support the proposals we have here.
Excellent. I was hoping to move to a formal proposal. Is that okay? You can have a brief comment.
I just wanted to say that what this does is it enables us to gather the data so that we can make an informed decision. I think that's recognised across the council, and it's important that we do that. So I'll just leave it there and do support.
Okay, so we've got recommendations to approve the parking review and charging principles, to note the request for the sum of money from the parking reserve, which the section 151 is delighted to hear, and to note that a further report will be brought back to executive once the parking review has been completed. There was an R missing. That's proposed Councillor Wilkins, seconded Councillor Lation. All those in favour, all those against, that's clearly carried. Thank you very much, Bev and Mike, for all your hard work on this. I know it's not a straightforward journey or lack of journey. And so we move on to agenda item 13, our final agenda item, which we've got 4 minutes to complete, which is the deferred planning motion report. Just noticed that this has become a cross-party motion, because it was proposed by Councillor Woodman and seconded by Diego. But we'll move swiftly on. Mike.
Sorry, it took me a while to get there, Chair. But thank you for that. In the interest of brevity, I propose Richard seconds. All those in favour? No, that's your job, isn't it?
No.
I'll be brief. We've obviously been on a journey for some time now in terms of trying to improve our performance as a local planning authority. It's been a difficult birth, I think it's fair to say, in coming into the new unitary authority and bringing together 6 systems, going back as far as West Somerset District Council still having its own IT system, for example. We recognised that early on, and we have brought in some specialists to help us to transform how the service is delivered. That's been really good. It's been part of the Planning Stability Board, and the work of the Planning Stability Board, I think, has been key in helping us to make the improvements that we needed to, with high-level involvement, Chief Executive, the leader of the council, and many others, giving us the focus that we needed to make sure that those changes that were required could be delivered, both operationally and financially. And we've seen some big improvements. We had last year the prioritising decisions period in the summer, not universally popular, it has to be said, but it did the job that it was supposed to. It's worth just covering the figures again. 2,400 planning applications, roughly speaking, on vesting, reducing to about 1,600 at the beginning of last year, dropping down to somewhere just south of 1,200 now, towards the target of about 900, we think is a fair number for a local planning authority of this size to have in its drawer as work in progress. So that's worked really well. And we've appreciated the involvement of scrutiny and the recommendations that they've made. many of which were already in train. But it's been, I think, a very useful journey for us, and for my money, sets a roadmap for how we deal with other parts of the council that perhaps need to make similar improvements. We've got a series of recommendations here, but I'm not going to go through all of those. I'll hand over to Alison now just to take us through any further parts. Probably worth also just concluding before I do that we are aware that we need to do more to improve the planning enforcement service. And I think the progress we've made with development management gives us the opportunity to focus in on that now. And I'm pleased to say, as I said at full council last week, that we have quite a few individuals coming in for interview in the next week or so. And I hope to have better news, or good news, as a result of those interviews.
And make sure they never leave. Alison.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mike has covered it quite comprehensively. I think the only thing I would want to add is obviously the motion was set at a point in time, and we're now kind of some 6 months on, and obviously a considerable progress has been made, as Mike has said. We have been reporting the performance indicators and the performance of the planning service to the Strategic Planning Committee since the inception of this council in April 2023 on a quarterly basis. And obviously we've now refined those performance indicators further, and they're also reported through the corporate regime as well. So one of those indicators is, as Mike has said, is looking at what the work on hand figure is and comparing it to the work received. And we know that there is still more to be done to get that onto an even balance. The Scrutiny Committee also made a number of other recommendations over and above what was contained in the main motion. I'm not going to go through each of those in turn, but just to point out that in terms of referral and delegation, that is likely to be superseded by the fact that the government are bringing in a national scheme of delegation, and that is now in the Act. We're expecting the regulations to come forward within the next month or so for consultation, with the view to bringing that into effect by September this year. And obviously that will impact on the constitution and the powers that the council has to take matters to planning committee. So a number of the additional recommendations, I think we need to wait and see exactly what those regulations say in relation to referral procedures to committee, although I would point out that's covered in our current training. Delegated decisions obviously will be impacted by the regulations, as will the ability to delegate to qualified local planning committees. The only other thing I'd point out is that we have undertaken a lot of salary benchmarking in the summer last year, and that led to the recruitment and retention allowance being put in place. That has been partially successful. We're currently out to another recruitment exercise. We've been undertaking interviews this week, not just for the enforcement post, but for all the vacancies across the council. We hope to be in a position to make some appointments, although probably not to all the vacant posts, unfortunately. But we are making progress, and that's good news in terms of bringing further stability to the planning service. Happy to answer any further questions, Chair.
Okay, colleagues, any further questions? Go online to Councillor Andy Dingwall. Oh, sorry, Ros White just beat you, Andy. Sorry. There you go. This is like photo finishes all the time. Ros, go on for it.
Thank you. Brief question, but it's right. It is really significant. Is that we all know there is not a standard working practice between each of the planning areas, however much I think the officers have worked towards that. And that means that we do get some slightly bizarre differences. And I just wondered, does this address that problem in any way?
Chair, I think that the main reason for inconsistencies is the fact we're still operating six different legacy IT systems, which means that we cannot do everything in exactly the same way because of the way that those systems have been configured and the way they're supported. Obviously, that is one thing that we are working on. and we are putting together a final business case to go for a new place-based IT system. In the meantime, as part of the work that Mondrum have been doing, that Councillor Rigby alluded to, is to do some process mapping to understand exactly how it is operating across all the different areas, and to see to what extent we can bring in short-term measures to improve consistency.
Thank you. Really do appreciate that you're working with different IT systems, but some of the differences are nothing to do with IT systems. For instance, some councils and planning officers take a broader perspective on active travel and connectivity to outside the application site and contributions. Other planning officers, it's not even considered in the same way. And I could cite, and I won't trouble you all because you know you need to finish, but I do recognise that we do need to step back a bit and just make sure that how we treat comments from members of a planning committee when they're ward members. I've made suggestions that we actually make sure that ward members can refer things without actually putting themselves into difficulty in terms of being predetermined. Some areas get that really well, and other areas we need to do more work, etc. And I know these sound maybe not that significant in terms of some of the broader things, but it does make a fundamental difference to how people view even the interregulum last year when you were handling things. Some areas gave a single householder a opportunity if there was an obvious missing problem with an application. Others were very strict, no communication, is cancelled. And we're now seeing applications come back on fairly minor matters because of failure to communicate. All these things in a large organisation I understand you're trying to merge different planning departments, culture, etc. But I do think going forward, we need some greater emphasis on a shared approach to how certain issues are handled. Thank you.
The only comment I would make is that we are about to update the statement of community involvement, which sets out how we will engage with parish town councils, agents, applicants and so on, and a commitment to produce a charter. So that could incorporate some of the suggestions that Councillor Wyke has made.
Thank you, Alison, and we'll look forward to seeing that. So I've got Andy, Diogo and Dave. Anybody else wanted to speak? No, that's great. Hello, Andy.
Hello, thank you, Chair. A couple of very quick questions. Firstly, thank you for bringing the report forward. Alison, thank you for your time as well earlier this week as we went through a good chunk of my questions, but not all of them. So I just wanted to bring up a couple. There's paragraph 14 in the report talks about engagement with city, towns and parish councils. It specifies the council's intention to build out that kind of that process of engagement, but no timeline. I was wondering, perhaps directed towards Councillor Rigby, whether or not a timeline, a roadmap can be published as part of this, or very soon afterwards. The second question is a bit more roundabout, way. Towards the end of the report, there's the health and wellbeing implications section, which reads none. I'd look to challenge that somewhat, as a big part of the reason for the issues that the planning service is facing is the number of people who are leaving due to excessive caseload, workload, and so on. Earlier in the report, or in the version of the report I've got, it alludes to the recognition of more staff being required, but that aren't necessarily being taken on in enforcement in particular. So I was wondering if with that in mind, the health and wellbeing implications might be more than none, because the health and wellbeing is part of why people are leaving the organisation.
Okay, Mike, did you have anything on the timeline first of all?
I don't, I'm afraid. I wonder if Alison might be able to assist, Dave.
You able to?
I think we'll need to take that back. Certainly the statement of community involvement is due to be renewed this year, because it's now 3 years old since we adopted it. So it will be this year.
Okay.
In terms of health and well-being, I think I'll take the point that's been made, and perhaps numbers a bit optimistic.
Yep. Yes, I think the point is well made, and very appreciative of the incredible workloads that are with our staff and how well they've performed under pressure. I know it's been a very difficult period for the service, and we do recognise the journey that they've been on. Thanks very much for your questions, Andy. And Diogo next.
Thank you, Chair. I would just start with saying that it's had cross-party support from the very beginning through scrutiny and at full council as well. To be fair to everyone. So just say I really welcome the report. Obviously, it started 6 months ago, but it's nice to see it come to executive now in the way that it has. I welcome some of the points in the document, particularly about the service plan and some of the additional work that's being done to take forward some of the outstanding actions, and that those will be made publicly available, which is what we all kind of asked for on there. On planning enforcement, Chair, if I may ask, I just wonder whether we're doing enough around planning enforcement, or whatever's in this report addresses the issues that members have raised around planning enforcement as well, not just the motion itself, but also the scrutiny comments and recommendations, because we know that there is some work going on in enforcement and how enforcement may or may not be triaged. But I wonder whether members have been given enough information as to whether that's the right approach, and whether, if there are other approaches, have those been presented to them, and the cost of doing things a bit differently as well. Just one of the things I remember speaking quite early on with one of the officers about, and I don't see that before us. On the quarterly performance reports, completely understand the commentary there, but I think the issue was really that a lot of what's reported isn't necessarily everything that members feel is going on on the ground, and so I'm still not sure whether the reports that are presented to the committee is fully reflective of what members want to be seeing. And just two more things, Chair, if I may. Really pleased that the planning service intends to co-produce that planning charter with in partnership with parish councils and the development industry. But I know Andy mentioned or asked about a timeline, and I think the officer said this year. It would just be really good to have some sort of concrete timeline so that we know when that's going to come forward, and so we can prepare parish councils and members to be able to input into that, because this year could be December the 31st, which feels like a long time away as well. And my very last one, which is only on one of the scrutiny recommendations, was around the delegated decisions oversight, which was to monitor decisions made by chairs, vice chairs, especially those contrary to member comments. I've seen the service response to that, and I just wondered, can we really not do anything, even if it's just a simple report back I feel like it might be quite easy to just put some figures together and let members know the response, but it doesn't seem the case from the service response.
The triaging that's going on in enforcement at the moment is in conjunction with the adopted enforcement policy. So there are 3 priorities set out there. So what they're doing is trying to make sure that the issues that are raised at the outset are triaged against the priorities set out in the policy. Mondrum are doing some further work with the enforcement team to try and help and improve the processes and efficiency in the meantime. But the main issue that we're struggling with in enforcement is our inability to recruit either permanent or indeed agency staff to fill all the vacancies. They are a rare breed, and it's very difficult. Of the 8 officers or applicants that are to be interviewed for the enforcement officer posts, none of them got any previous planning or enforcement experience. And whilst we will be looking to see that they're capable of being trained and learn that, we clearly can't have a team of people who don't have any experience completely. We do need that experience as well in order to actually deliver the service. In relation to the quarterly reports, in my experience, and I've worked for lots of authorities now, the information contained in those is much more comprehensive than in most areas. If there are particular issues that members want to have addressed in those reports, we will do what we can to facilitate that, bearing in mind that one of the issues that we've got is being able to extract consistent information from all the IT systems, which is where this all started. But there is a lot of information there. If there are other areas that members want, then please do let the service know. In terms of the statement of community involvement, I said prepared this year. As part of that, we're required to go out to public consultation, and that's why it may well take the best part of the rest of this year to do, because obviously there's the preliminary work to be done, and then we need to go out to formal consultation as well as the preliminary informal conversations that we would wish to have with the key stakeholders. I think that covers your questions.
Yeah, it was just that last one. I mean, you've mentioned the statement of community involvement, but I'm referring specifically to the planning charter, which is different from what I can read to the statement of community involvement. So you just explain.
I think the intention is to have the charter as part of the statement of community involvement. Statement of community involvement sets out how the council will engage with various stakeholders, both in making development management decisions, but also plan making. And so it felt right to put the charter within that statement and to expand exactly how we will engage with the various stakeholders.
Thank you very much. And Dave. Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I just wish to highlight a couple of the recommendations or a couple of areas of the recommendations from Scrutiny Committee. One on planning enforcement, and really just to emphasise that there was quite a lot of concern at Scrutiny about this, and that is reflected in several of the recommendations made. I would like to emphasise that one was around communication with members on enforcement matters, and I think it's important that the planning service is aware of what's required by the council's constitution on this as well, so that there is good communication with ward members, so they're able to do their role effectively. The other point I wish to highlight was that there was concern about the number of suspected breaches that are left unaddressed for long periods after they are raised. So those are two aspects of the planning enforcement concerns that I wish to highlight, and the other point was in connection with whole system resource planning, as it put it. So ensuring that the other parts of the council that contribute into planning decision, highways, ecology, etc., that their resourcing is also considered to ensure that they're not contributing to delays, etc. And just to conclude, I think this has been a helpful exercise, and pleased to see that that is how it's been taken, and I'm also to a fair degree reassured that to hear from Councillor Rigby that planning enforcement is now to be given some priority attention. That does look to be needed. So we look forward to seeing the results of that and the improvements that now follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Any response from Alison?
I don't think there's anything further to respond. Thank you.
That's and just to reiterate also our huge thanks to Scrutiny. We did sort of ping this over to Scrutiny for further chewing over, and I think that really added value to this process. So that was a real plus and shows the value of using the Scrutiny route to be able to influence where we are. So thank you to Scrutiny for their involvement in this. Mike, you're looking at me as though you want to say something.
Are we about to wrap up?
Maybe.
Okay, I just wanted then to take this opportunity to say that this will be Alison's final appearance at Executive, and to thank her very much for all the work that she's done in trying circumstances, and she has my gratitude for everything that she's achieved here.
Thank you very much. I have made that note to myself and to thank Scrutiny, so I managed to get both of those points in. But yes, thank you so much, Alison, for your time with us. It's been a challenging time for the service and your leadership. We have made progress forward, so we do appreciate it. But there's a long way to go, and we keep hearing about those 6 systems. Wonder when we will hear about one system, then everything will work perfectly. Indeed, one day, one day. Okay, we have recommendations before us. So they were the recommendations that came from the motion that went to scrutiny that we would come back to, and then it's to note the reports and the actions that have been taken by the planning service in response. So do I see a proposer for that? Councillor Rigby, seconded by Councillor Wilkins. All those in favour, please. All those against. Can I thank everybody for their forbearance with an extremely long meeting? It's the nature of the budget setting process, is the meeting afterwards gets a nice big agenda. And so I do appreciate a 10 till 4 shift in a meeting is a big ask for officers and for members, and I do appreciate that. And particular thanks to the Dem Services team for bearing with us, and I hope you get a well-deserved drinky tonight. Okay, take care, safe journey home, and thank you very much.